It's Sunday. Oh, magical Sunday. Classic day of anxiety, dread, as we think about the fact we have to go back to work tomorrow. Hell. Why we gotta do that? But at least for now, let's have some fun. What do you say? Is it fun time? I think it's fun time. Hello, hello. Welcome to Worlds Told. My name is Jason, aka Solstice, and this is a channel dedicated to the things I like, because I'm a selfish bastard. We got storytelling, tabletop RPGs, video games, pop culture. They're the things I like. I hope you like them too, because that's what we got here. It's all we got to offer. No more, no less. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing well. For you CitizenCon nerds, for you Star Citizen geeks, happy post-CitizenCon. Got some info yesterday. Got a lot of info yesterday. But we didn't get enough info yesterday. That's the classic quandary of something in development. There's always more.
You also got me to offer you dog hider you.
That's true. That's true. Oh, speaking of, got a dog to my right, demanding some attention. Bring him up. Boop. Zoom it out. Zoom it out. Look at this boy. Look at this little guy. He's so demanding. He just wants all the attention, that's all. Look at him. Look at him. Hi, buddy. Yeah. You and I were camped on the couch yesterday watching Star Citizen. It was Star Citizen. Watching CitizenCon about Star Citizen. Words. Words are hard, guys. But yeah, it was very, very cozy, very fun. Mongoose and I were chatting in Discord about what we were seeing. And I've had some time to noodle on what we saw, what we're able to absorb. Hey, Riley. And I got thoughts. So what we're going to do, we're going to be watching the CitizenCon presentation. I'm going to give some opinions. I know I'm the first person to have ever done this. One might call it a reaction, but don't call it a comeback. That's all I ask. Hi, bud. And he just wants all the attention. That's all he wants. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at him. Little scritches. Little scritches. Ah, such a good boy. He's a sweet little guy. Only things I wish they would have had more was base building and engineering. I agree. I do agree. Engineering, I kind of understand until we actually are able to do something with it. That is a horse that has been beaten to death. But I would love to at least know kind of expectations. When? Like June. We heard that rumor. I've also heard December, but I've also heard crafting in December. So yeah, I'd love to a little more, just a little when. But you know what? There's only so much they can do with a little over 2 hours. Well, actually, Mongoose, then you're in luck. You got your wish, because they did say at the tail end, Chris Roberts, one of the last sentences was that don't forget we're also working on socials and engineering. So you got it for engineering, but I don't feel like that's what you were looking for. But they did technically fulfill that one request, that one line. But yeah, I wish they would have given more. Just a timeline or something. Where are we at now? Little visual preview. But I have a feeling the visual preview would probably be pretty close to the original. Did they mention engineering? I thought they just said base building. No. They specifically Chris Roberts in that little closer said social and engineering are being worked on still, like this year. So they did mention it, one line, And you'll hear it at the end because we'll be doing the whole thing. But yeah, it wasn't a lot. It was literally just literally mentioned in one sentence. Exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, just because they didn't mention it doesn't mean that it's been put aside. It just means that it wasn't what they felt was important in that 2-hour window. Because we also know they're working on lots of ships that we didn't see, but we didn't really see them. Like, we know they're working on the Kraken. They didn't show the Kraken. It's stuff like that. You know, it's like there's more stuff than they could fit in a 2-hour window. But some of the things I wish they would have talked about, you know? Yeah. Well, with SC, you never know. That's true. You never do know, but I will not take a lack of information as a confirmation. I will only take that confirmation once we get the confirmation. But I will take a hint. Like, for example, BMM, we've been told they haven't been working on it for a while, but I have a feeling it took them a while to tell us, and they hadn't been working on it for a while. Know what I'm saying? All right. Well, let's not get too into the weeds here. That's what the video's for. Let's kick off that. How's that sound? We're going to hide the dog. Hide the dog. All right. I'll miss you, buddy. You know, maybe since I'll be, you know, doing this, I can actually hold him. Oh, dare to dream. All right. Let's hop over. We're going to kick this thing off. We're actually going to kick this thing off now. There we go. We do need an indie chair.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months.
I will say, okay, I know, early drop already, early pause. That I will give them credit for. Now, it was a hot mess when it came in, but I mean, that thing literally is server meshing touched everything. It touched everything. It took them, what was it? Like 2 years. And that's including like hybrid, 2.5 years to get to the point where they could flip the switch where they could even do it. And then everything just went to shit due to performance issues. But like they turned it around in like, what was it? Like a couple of months. They went from like server errors and crash to desktops to pretty consistent in a pretty short amount of time. And I will say, credit where credit's due. Server errors have been minimal. They're not non-existent, but they have been pretty minimal. I've literally gone like 2 to 3 weeks without a single server error. And I know that's subjective because I know people that have had way worse times. And I also do actively seek out low pop servers, which also helps towards that. But still, the fact that it can, considering when I first started, it was expected to get at least 130K full crash per time you played. Big jumps in a couple of years. Big jumps. Yeah, exactly. Most of the major issues I see nowadays are like login type things. And that's usually unrelated to the actual live services. That's more like the authentication type stuff, which, you know, still needs to get worked on, etc. It's definitely not there. I don't want to go, yay, mission accomplished. We're done. High fives all around. But they did a great job at really kind of crushing that point where it's like nothing could happen. Burning tire fire in December and January to pretty consistently working.
It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once.
Yeah,
it's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently.
I will say, for the team, they were freaking crunching last year, especially during last year's CitizenCon. There's a rule of thumb in software development, specifically service development, that when it comes to overtime, there are no heroes. You're not a hero for having to work late. That is a management fault. That is something you don't praise, because if you praise it, it normalizes it. And if it normalizes it, it becomes the expectation. These guys should never be having to work the weekends unless they're weekend support. By all means, that's literally their job then. But the day-to-day devs having to work weekends is a sign of slippage or scope issues. So, you know, as much as I'm praising the fact they got it out the door, I also want to kind of call out the point when they were hitting that crunch last year, because as a dev, rage against the crunch, fight it, Fight it.
There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions.
Okay, what is this? Pause number 18. I do want to kind of call that out, though. That has been really kind of cool from my point of view. When I first came on, when I first got my account, when I first signed up for Star Citizen, I was part of that bandwagon in like 2022. If you look at that one tableau that they have with all the spending every year, you can also look at the citizen counts every year. 22 was their biggest increase in citizens. I came in at the tail end of that year. And so I definitely, and it wasn't necessarily like I had heard, oh, dude, it's the best game. I literally got sucked in by TikToks. I saw what they were doing. I was like, this is freaking cool. I'm on board. Came in December of 2022, got my account officially in January 2023. It was part of the Luminalia Free Fly. And when I came in, we were on 317. And I did a little bit of research because, of course, I had heard, the stars, the scam citizen, blah, 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 all that kind of crap. And I was like, okay, what am I signing up for here? Like, is this thing a dead project? Is it, being worked on, etc.? And when I looked at the history, it looked like, roughly every quarter or so, a new patch was coming out until I think it was June of 2022. Because that was 317. 318 was persistence. So they, took a while. But keep in mind, I had no context of that at the time. So 317 was going on for about a half year. I'm like, dude, is this, are they done? Did they kind of quit? I haven't seen a patch in forever. What am I signing up for? Still bit the bullet. But that being said, 318 finally came out. I think it was like February, March that year. That was a roughly 9-month patch cycle. And then they kind of got back into quarters for a little bit. And then they started stretching a little bit. I think it was like they went from like 3 months to 4 to 5 months for a couple of them. And that seemed to be back to kind of like their normal cadence, roughly 1 a quarter. But that means there are 4 patches a year, which they were big patches, but they weren't really quick patches. And I feel like exactly what Chris Roberts is saying here, the fact that they've done 9 in 10 months is a big leap in progress. And I do feel like exactly what I was talking about with server meshing, like a lot of this is based off the fact that we unlocked so much of what we can move forward with. I'm not developing this thing. They can work on because of server meshing. Like we basically kind of hit a critical point, a critical juncture where the building the foundation is now kind of done, not completely. We've still got dynamic server meshing. We've got Vulkan integration, all that kind of stuff. There's still other architectural foundational points that they're still integrating. But one of the core parts, we've gone from being built in a swamp to at least having some floorboards underneath with server meshing. And now that we're pouring the concrete, which is going to be those other 2 things, it allows us to actually start building the rooms of this metaphorical house, decorating those rooms in the metaphorical house. And I feel like, based off the momentum we've seen and at least a conceptual knowledge of the architecture, like this is what we should start expecting, is that we've hit this transcending point where we've gone from having to build the core blocks to now being able to actually start building out the mechanics, the feel, the flavor. And it's really freaking great to see a lot of that stuff coming on board. Well, yeah, tier 1 bounty hunting, but tier 1 bounty hunting is a game mechanic as opposed to an architectural mechanic. That for me would be like one of the rooms, metaphorically. Like if I want to kind of continue this metaphor, like the foundation would be all the architectural stuff. The core game loops, the game mechanics, those would be the rooms. And then like the content, that would be the decoration in the rooms. We still have a lot of rooms to go. We've got like bounty hunting, we've got crafting, we've got engineering, we've got base building. What else do we have? We've still got all the item, what's the magic word? We're on T0. Item, not requisition, item thing. Item permanence, recovery. Thank you. Item recovery, etc. Like all of these things are rooms we still need to build in this house, but we can't really lock into a lot of those until we get to get that foundation done. And then continuing the metaphor, because I apparently love metaphors. The next thing worth considering is there's stuff that you need on that first floor so you can build the second floor. A perfect example of this, and I'll go into this a little bit further on in the video, but crafting and base building. I feel like some of the base building stuff requires crafting, which is why I think they probably chose to at least mention crafting over base building, because one begets the other. And so crafting would be a first floor item, base building would be a second floor item. Things like that. Wouldn't do some of these things possibly shift the foundation if it has to be reworked to make it work? Not really, because bounty hunting, for example, if bounty hunting is I would consider that a first floor item in this metaphor. If bounty hunting doesn't work, it doesn't change how server meshing works. It just changes how bounty hunting works. Now it will work. It may affect other rooms. Like, for example, bounty hunting may affect how Armistice works. Maybe we have to rework Armistice for bounty hunting to be effective. Maybe how people hold on to items is affected by bounty hunting. There's lots of like ancillary things that can connect, but none of that is really foundational. It's parallel, so to speak. It affects other things at the gameplay level, but not at the code level. Hi, Jaxro. Welcome to the stream. We'll get into that stuff, I think, a little bit later on. But yeah, that's kind of my thought process on this. And keep in mind, of course, I'm not working for CIG. This is just coming as an ex-game dev, current service dev. This is like how I've seen it be worked on in the past. And so this makes logical sense to me, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's, of course, the way they're doing it. But yeah, the way I would kind of interpret it, the way I'm feeling about it is this is good news for getting those further things on, but the foundation needs to be built for us to kind of build on top of it. Because yeah, the core metaphor is whatever you're building on, it's on a swamp. It's always on a swamp. Everything's going to sink down until you get that core in.
We push more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star Citizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes.
All right, he's going to go into it a little bit longer. I was literally going to wait until the point where he ends this and goes into Nyx, but Chris is telling us a lot of stuff here. So yeah, the Nyx system just at the top level, like this was kind of a weekly kept secret. I don't think that CIG expected that to hold very long, because everybody knows that that there's a lot of data mining going on. The story has definitely been leaning that way. Blah blah blah. There's lots of hints, lots of known issues, and we knew Nyx was next. So at the very least, even if it wasn't end of year, everyone was assuming it would be end of year. But even then, assuming it it wasn't an end of year, it was going to be very soon after, like maybe beginning of next year. Everyone basically assumed end of year. But I will admit, what I personally assumed, because I was thinking pretty conservatively, and ironically, I was feeling a little nervous about how conservative I was thinking about this. I thought it would be PTU by end of year or tech preview by end of year. I was thinking of it like they were planning to do it similar to Pyro. I thought they were going to give us the whole kit and caboodle. And honestly, I was a little surprised that they were planning all this to roll out so quickly. But instead, as they're about to mention, and I'll shut up here because, like I said, I'm getting a little ahead of the conversation here. They're not going to drop the whole thing, and I think that's kind of a good move. It allows them to iterate, make things cleaner. Because one thing we ran into, as all of us that have been playing for at least a year know, when Pyro came out, you could go everywhere. You could fall through everywhere. You could sometimes not be able to leave everywhere. Like, there were a lot of broad bugs, and they were repeatable bugs. They were bugs that occurred in every instance of a particular thing. So, for example, if you went to an outpost, there were so many holes in, the meshing. You could just fall through, etc. Lots of small things. And that isn't to downplay the fact it came out. It was great. I mean, giant system, lots to do, lots of bugs. Coming in small like this and actually building out, like, iterative development is a core of software development. You start off with something small, you then build on top of it, because every time you find a problem, you can fix that problem then and there. Instead of if you build it all and then start testing it out, you got so much more surface area to find the problem. So I'm a big fan of this route, but it does mean, of course, we're going to have a little bit of nicks, little baby nicks to start with. And yeah, exactly. And there's still lots of other features in Pyro that aren't fully there yet. The solar flare, especially, like, I love that mechanic, and it is part of the requisites for Star Citizen 1.0 on their roadmap. So it is supposed to come back before it launches, but yeah, apparently that's caused more problems than expected. But yeah, I like the fact that they're doing this, but what this smaller iteration allows them to do, and I'm a big fan of this smaller iteration allows them to bring it in quicker, start testing on it faster. And that will allow us to discover problems that then don't have to be repeated. Like, if there's a problem with one of the planets, they don't have to copy that or fix, across multiple pieces of content. They start with the first one, find the problem. That should reduce the chance of it happening a second time, a third time, a fourth time, etc. Big fan. I think they're holding off on bringing it back due to no engineering yet. That's definitely a possibility also, which kind of comes back to the house metaphor I was talking about before, where it's like they worked on a lot of stuff. Like, imagine this whole thing being a single story house. Like, that's kind of the way it seemed to originally be developed, metaphorically speaking. And they're realizing it's probably better to work on the first floor item that's going to hold the second floor item, which is going to hold the third floor item. And yeah, this is a perfect example where it's like, yes, we could probably get the power outages, etc. in right now, but it would be better with engineering. The question is, do we ignore the engineering part and put the solar flare in first? Or do we get engineering out the door so we could just complete the solar flare thing? We don't have to revisit it later on. Put that first floor in, and then solar flare would be a second floor item. Like, that makes sense to me. Again, who knows? I don't work there.
Most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere.
Of course.
And all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen. As a note,
instead of an actual watch party, I decided not to stream because I knew a lot of the bigger streamers were going to do it. So, why compete with that? That would be dumb of me. So we ended up having just a chat watch party in the Discord. And if you're interested in joining that Discord, !Discord in chat will bring up the link. We got a nice little community there. If you want to talk about Star Citizen, other games, whatever, pop culture, come join us. It's a fun place there. Thus ends the plug. Levski. I never got to see Levski. Like I said, I came in kind of late, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing this in action. Riley. The multi-tool will always be cursed. Do you think it was a financial decision or devs needing to work on Squadron 42 and such? Actually, sorry for another pause. That actually is kind of a worthwhile thing to pause for. So why didn't they bring up Squadron 42 in this? This is just my thought. Because like you said, yeah, I've never been in finance. I've never been part of the C-suite or leadership team. I'm just a, in the weeds grunt dev guy. But I have a feeling this is, as much as we like to kind of joke about, everything's all marketing at CitizenCon or at Star Citizen. This, I think, is definitely a marketing move. And I think, at least in my opinion, it's a good move because what I think the reason they didn't bring up Squadron 42 here is they only have 2 hours. And considering how many things we don't feel they got to in those 2 hours for Star Citizen, imagine if they had a window, even a half-hour window out of that 2 hours that was dedicated to Squadron 42. I don't feel like Star Citizen would have gotten enough attention because it's already such a small entity. And next year is going to, whether they actually launch it or not, whether it gets pushed to 2040 or 2047, goddamn, I hope not, 2027 or not, next year is going to be a very big marketing push for Squadron 42, either to prep it in terms of a preview or to prep it for launch, either A or B. And in either case, that's a whole year that they get. Meanwhile, this is two hours that we get to find out what's happening for Star Citizen. And so with that in mind, I think it was kind of a good move to not really put anything into here about Squadron 42. They did mention it a couple of times, but really just in the vein of, and we aren't going to be talking about Squadron 42. But I do feel like that was probably a good move as long as they do get that push out over the next year. But we're all info junkies. That's honestly the reason I'm noticing on the YouTube side, the numbers are going up. Hi, all you guys. How you doing? I feel like that's probably why people are showing up right now in this stream is we're all info junkies. We want to know more. We savor every little bite. We savor everybody's interpretation of those bites. And that I think is why we're like, why not? Why not some Squadron 42? But, when you kind of take that half step back and you look at it and you're like, okay, well, we have 2 hours. That's what they gave us. If we were to eat up some of that with Squadron 42, think of how much more we would be like, why didn't we hear about X, Y, or Z in terms of Star Citizen? That's my thought. Who knows? But that's my thought. Welcome to Nick's, guys. Next month. By the way, I've been using like the Nick's footage
with
as welcome porn to friends I've been trying to pull into our game.
The content development of the game is no longer restricted.
By the way, the last 3 months, I've heard people going, where's Richard Tyrer? Here you go. It's not exactly how we wanted it, but here we go. I know a lot of people have been wanting reactions from him about what people have been saying, what people have been thinking. We haven't really heard from him, but at least here we go. Here he is talking to us, at least in a format. So yay.
Allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5-star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacian Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0.
Okay, one other thing worth noting. If this goes well for the next year, now, as most of us know, Nyx existed beforehand, so they got a head start. They still had a lot to build, but they got a head start. They had content to start with. It still all had to be remastered. I'm pretty darn sure that their asset files have changed in terms of scope, texturing, depth, blah, blah, blah in the last 5 years. So it's not like it was free, but they did have a place to start. But blah, blah, blah. The reason I'm bringing this up is if this experiment goes well, if they're able to roll out stuff on a consistent basis, if they can complete or nearly complete all of Nyx, I'm putting quotes around it because I don't feel like it's going to be done by the end of next year. But if they can complete what they plan to complete by end of next year, I would not be surprised if we start hearing rumblings of Castra next year about this time. Because if they can build the pace, if they can build their content pipeline and prove it out enough, I do feel like we could probably expect to see Castra about this time hear about Castra about this time next year, or maybe even a little bit after. And that would be great. Now, nothing I've heard has said this. This is not something that they have said. This is me just kind of, leapfrogging based off of patterns. That's it. So don't say that they've said anything. This is not a fact, but I could see it. It's a proving ground. This is a new approach that they're taking. Fingers crosses it works. And if it does, I don't see why we wouldn't hear something about it. Now, we might hear that it's going to be coming mid 2027 at CitizenCon or something like that. But I mean, that's huge considering how long did it take for Pyro to come out? And the fact 11 months later, like I said, with a starting point that they already had, we have Nyx. I wouldn't be surprised if in a year and a half we have Castra in some starting form, whether it's just the hero planet and the sun, or some sort of connecting point like that. That's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed, guys.
I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen,
I think we're probably getting Levski, but I'm actually going to be listening specifically for any hints about an extra planet. When we were watching it yesterday and we were talking in Discord, I thought that they were saying when they said they're starting with the bare bones, that bare bones would include the planets. And I don't recall them saying that planets weren't involved, but someone did bring up in something else I saw that they mentioned, and this is the thing I'm going to be listening for this time. Someone brought up the fact that they mentioned the Genesis work is happening, or it will be rolling out next year. And if that's the case, we can't expect those planets if the Genesis planet is, version of the planet isn't coming out till next year. It doesn't mean that they won't, but I don't see why they would. And so that's why I'm like, I think it's just going to be Levski, the belt, some rocks, etc. But I don't expect it to be too long until we get the planets. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'd prefer it sooner. I mean, who wouldn't? I'd love content sooner. Big fan of content. But, I'm okay if they're going to take their time to get it out. Figure we'd get Levski and maybe Nyx 1. Nyx 1 is the hero planet. That's the one. If they're not going to do planets, that's the one we probably won't get. But we'll see what they're going to say. I'm keeping an eagle ear out this time for that.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal,
bunch of jerks,
determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD.
I like the Onyx
shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
Yeah, dude, the first jump point.
When the Nix system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UAE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UAE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could,
QB?
making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
I will say, if you've never looked at the history for Star Citizen, the narrative, the fictional history, dude, the Messer regime was crazy town. I dug way deep. It's a core part of my org's like narrative background. That place is freaking bonkers. And there's this, what's it called? The Freedom Road, I believe. Nix is part of that. And it's like Nix, Castra. Oh, there were two other ones. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, this is kind of a line that's like a big deal historically in terms of the background. Yeah, I love it. I love this stuff. And of course, we're getting right next to Van Duel Space too. Lots of fun stuff to play with here.
So they went to the Nix system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times.
Yeah, so this was brought up while we were watching it too. So this is a kind of a joke. So, you know, whether it's possible or not, who knows? But yeah, this wall, as he's spray painting it, I was commenting about the fact that, wait, how does spray paint work in space? Because it requires evaporation and propulsion, and both of those don't work exactly the same as they do on Earth. So I was very kind of curious. But the thing is, it's a nice thing about science fiction. You could just go, well, thank goodness for that space bonding chemical that makes it magically work. But yeah, it kind of cracked me up as I watch him painting the wall in his suit.
So Nix today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
I hope not.
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
That's actually a really important point because, and this, in a sense, also kind of parallels, you know, when we get new ships and there's this refactoring. I mean, we'll just call it nerfing because that's the way it looks often. And I'm not definitely saying that that's not the case. But one of the other things that they do each time that they're bringing out new ships is if you imagine like a bar, like this, and this is like the most of something, and this is the least of something, they have to find room for every new ship in that bar relative to that thing. So let's say firepower, most firepower, least firepower. if they are bringing a ship in, it has to bring something of value. It's not going to be a duplicate of other ships. In the real world, that would make sense. I mean, like there's a Nissan that's, effectively the same effectively driving wise as a Honda, same effective driving wise as a Cadillac, blah, 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 blah. A lot of dupes because they're all different manufacturers just trying to make their equivalent of a certain level of car. But when you're talking about a video game, duplicates mean that the developers and the designers are making literally the same thing twice, which means that they're spending money to make something that doesn't add anything to the table. So every single ship that they're bringing in, they recalibrate because they have to fit it somewhere uniquely on the board. Now, by unique, it may only be slightly more or less of something or another. So it might be similar, but it has to be its own thing. And that ends up kind of, pushing certain things down, pushing certain things up so they can be like, here's the niche. Now, the thing is, they tend to, of course, put the new thing towards the top because they're like, this is to showcase the new thing. But unfortunately, that happens in a lot of games where you have new items, new guns. In Destiny is a good example. You put in a new gun, it's the best new gun until it gets nerfed. The reason I'm bringing that up here is it's kind of the same thing for systems. Because if you have the same systems, if it's just, carbon copies, literally duplicates of the same system 100 times and boom, now we've got 100 systems. There's no real reason to move between systems other than to just go, look, I'm over here instead of over there. There's just more room. Having in terms of game design, you want to make sure that you have something that makes a system unique, interesting, compelling, a reason to bring them forward. And right now, admittedly, with only 2 systems, the third one, you got a lot of room to make it unique. But as we start getting to that 100, number 98, number 99, eventually way down the road, that does get trickier. But right now, the point's still made where it's like, why Nyx? Now we know he's about to explain it. We've already heard it. We already kind of knew it. But yeah, why? What does make this different from Pyro? Does it make it different from Stanton? And eventually, we'll have to do the same question for Terra, for Castra, and all the future ones.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness
Deadwood.
and the
All
loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make
that should
it
be
prosper.
the slogan.
They
We're doing
are
our best.
Trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyro star is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space.
Oh, I missed that. I didn't catch that. So that little red guy, that's the Vandal space visible from where we're at. So it's kind of like if you stand on a castle, like a frontier wall right at the edge of known civilization. You look out and you're like, over there, that's Mount Doom. that's where danger be. That's kind of cool. I missed that. I missed that completely yesterday.
It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger.
I like that.
And I think that's really cool.
That is cool.
To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light.
I like that.
For
Definitely
the
has a
jump
vibe.
points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx.
That right there. This was actually when that was brought up, that was what kind of motivated me to actually have this stream specifically to kind of walk through everything, because I like that. I wasn't sure what they were going to do about that, because my initial issue was the five systems that we're planning to get do make a circle. Like, I believe it's it's Stanton to Pyro, Pyro to Nyx, Nyx to Castra, Castra to Terra, Terra to Stanton. The loop is then fixed. We've got a circle. But the thing is, like, that means that in order to visit anything, like either Nyx, eventually Castra, until we get Terra, like, you have to kind of take the long way around. It's all linear. It's a strip. And so you'd have to go through Pyro, which, okay, danger. That's fine though. But Pyro into Nyx, and then Nyx into Castra. It'd just be this long route with which when you're thinking about, I'm thinking about this admittedly from the space dad point of view, which I know some people will roll their eyes, but when you're talking about someone that maybe has an hour to an hour and a half, per night, maybe per week to play, you would have to spend your whole time just, flying. You do your prep and you'd spend your time flying, get to Nyx and be like, well, that was a fun thing. Hopefully I'll be able to actually shoot or interact with stuff next time I play. But this gives us an opportunity to, play by just basically using the Terra gateway as our jump into Nyx. And it also makes sense because once they get Castra in there, they can go Nyx to Castra, Castra to Stanton. I'm assuming that's what they'll do. And then finally, once we get Terra, the normal loop will be there. I think that's a really good idea for the time being, without, just wasting players' times. And I can't say for sure because I haven't seen how they, implemented it in terms of dev, but the fact that they're basically making a reference through a jump gate, it should be effectively literally that in terms of dev work, a reference that they have to point. So it shouldn't be, I would imagine, too much work on their side. Too much work is relative. It maybe for all I know, it's like a week's worth of work, but a week's worth of work compared to like 3 years of waiting for the next couple of systems, I feel like that's a good balance. One jump gate is changing in the future. Yeah, exactly. That would be the one they were talking about with it going to Stanton, because Nyx shouldn't go to Stanton. Nyx should go to Castra, which once Castra comes out, we're good there. I kind of like it. It's like kind of spreading the loop out. And once we have the loop, then you can start, putting the spokes on, because after that, it doesn't need to be an infinite loop after that. But just this first circle, I can understand tightening the connection. It's kind of like the equivalent of when Stanton had Levski, effectively. Well, Stanton, when the PU had Levski, it was all just kind of one merged ball until Stanton became actually Stanton. They're like, pull Delamar and stuff out, and here we go. Now it's finally back in. Same thing. Here's the link eventually to the next jump gate.
It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
Mining!
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. the asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
I like that.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences
I like that they have their own
all of
personality.
That extra added movement that just
Jagged
adds
instead
a
of
little bit of
rounded.
extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
One thing about visual design as a developer, this is great, but I've heard this from a lot of like design leads and stuff, is you always want to make sure that you can at a glance really tell where and what you're looking at immediately. This is why if you look at like Overwatch, all of the characters have very distinct silhouettes. So when you see them, even if you don't see like a big version, they're not face to face, they're in the distance, maybe you can see the outline of the character, like what they look like as a silhouette, and you know exactly who they are. The same thing with like a visual identity. And I feel like anytime so far I've seen an image of Nyx, I don't confuse it with Pyro. I don't confuse it with Stanton. And that's a good sign for visual identity. It's showing that they're really focusing on making sure these individual systems so far have their own personality, have their own distinctive visual identity. And that's very cool. While ago, if you guys remember when they changed the oh God, what's it called? The star background, the Starfield in Stanton. And there was a lot of pushback on it because it was way, I think it was super green, if I remember, like crazy green. I think that's probably why they were doing that at the time, is they were trying to define Stanton as having kind of this greenish hue. Nyx is very blue. Pyro is very kind of reddish orange. But because of the fact that we're used to, like, I guess more of a real, I'm putting quotes around it, realistic space background, where it's really more of kind of like that plain black, it just really stuck out. It really felt weird. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a subtle hue for Stanton. So it's kind of the at a glance hero color, for lack of a better term. So we get to know what system we're in just by at a glance. If you looked in the background, you're like, that is Stanton. Look over here, that is Nyx. Look over here, that's Pyro. I wonder what Castra and Terra's colors would be. I mean, Terra might be purple. That's kind of the regal color. Like there might be a subtle purple hue. I don't know.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
God, look at that. I want to fly in that.
Delamar
I'm going to crash in that for sure.
Large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're
kind of looking forward to
improving the generation method of those asteroids.
I'm kind of looking forward to like another quote civilized location. We have the rough and tumble Pyro. Nyx is kind of, still frontiery. I don't know. I'm a big wuss, I guess. I'm looking forward to like some place where it's like when I land, I can go to McDonald's, just a little chill place. I have a feeling I'm waiting for Castra, basically. I'm looking forward to Nyx, but I just want that cozy place where it's like, I'm out in the wilderness. I'm out in the crazy, reaches of space. Where do I go and just have a spa day?
To culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
Look at all the surface area,
when you
though.
fly
So many
towards the
places to
left,
go.
you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
Yeah, look at
As
that.
you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid.
That is awesome.
You'll also see growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be land.
One thing that's interesting to me, though, are those all public pads? Because I've seen enough footage of like their work in progress, their concept art, where they show people landing and pulling cargo out. As we know, that doesn't really work currently in Armistice, like main landing zone type or Leo Armistice zones, where you can start tractoring just outside of your ship. So I'm kind of curious what they're planning to do there. Now, like in the far left, like over here, you can see like your traditional, hangar. Maybe these are just public pads, so they're not intended for that. But there is sort of an implication, especially when they get to the point where we're looking at the bulk cargo being unloaded, that somehow they're going to resolve the Armistice, but with tractor beams thing.
Landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so
trains.
we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
I love
If we
that
took the whole
borehole,
shot
dude.
of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior.
This is what I was talking about right here.
Such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Space spray paint, man.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards.
We don't like
was
crunch
killed
here.
for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade.
I love how roomy it feels.
And buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
Or
So
they
Mercy
called
Hospital
C-nuts?
is just basically
Yeah, bad C-nuts.
a local med station for all the residents of Levski. Anybody traveling through the system, again, they're trying to provide as good medical help.
All right, minor thing. This drove me nuts in Pyro. It drives me nuts here, especially since this is supposed to be a little bit more civilized. and no one can find consistent signage. It always looks scavenged. Like, look how like dim the S and the A are, and the janty little I. It's like no one can find anything except like so far Stanton. Stanton's the only place that has like signage where it looks like they hired someone to put it up. I don't know why. It just really gets to me. It's a consistency thing. I don't know. But no, I mean, it's great art design, but my brain, my poor brain.
Help for people as they can.
When
Hope is
you
here.
arrive at the hub's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to
Apparently we got Alloprats on the table.
So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived.
That looks way nicer than Pyro.
They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
Yeah, this part right here, this specific shot right here kind of gives me if you remember Pyro Playground era, this gives me the sneaking into the space station vibes. Like, this definitely implies that there's going to be places where you can kind of crawl through. And I know they're going to talk about like the, like the instanced area pretty soon, and we'll get into that. But like, this kind of gives me that same feel in like the social spaces, like back when they had competing factions that were going to own the individual stations in Pyro. Don't know if they're planning to bring that back eventually or not, but this gives me that feeling. Like over here, like you could see maybe you'd crawl in through here to come out up here. Like, it feels like there's a little bit more here than they're stating, but I feel like ironically the part they're talking about right here is stating the fact that there is more here than they're stating.
If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers.
Dumpers left town.
Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is a refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for...
I'm gonna spin a little thought here. Nothing has been stated that says this is the direction. But this is something I've been kind of noodling, because I like the fact that they've, over the last year or so, been using their narrative arcs with each patch to also somewhat introduce, like if they've got a new feature or they've got a new location, like it showcases that. And with them talking about the fact that we've got some more mining related stuff in the next patch or two, and we know that crafting is coming in the tech preview before end of year. Like, I'm wondering if this is kind of in the same way that we had the whole year-long story to lead us to Nix, if maybe we're going to have a couple of the A story or the B story leading us into crafting. Like, we'll do some mining, and then that mining will, lead us to crafting. Nothing has said that that's the case, but that I feel like would be an interesting way to introduce it, like officially, like outside of the tech preview, once they bring it in. Just my thought.
Mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided
I've never gotten to see it outside of stuff like this.
It's run down.
I want to go to there.
The people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys.
Look how slow everyone is, though. That's not the way it's going to be.
We don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
I'm pretty excited about it. All right, so from what we've heard so far, to be extra explicit, because the question was, what can we expect when Nyx comes out? That was what, the big question was when we first started this part. We have been told that it will not be the full thing. We're told that it will be, built out as we go. Nothing was technically stated about planets so far. Now we've got Genesis coming up, and I think there was sort of a reference to that, but nothing in this part stated planets yay or nay. I'm still kind of on team probably Nyx and the asteroids plus the sun. But I would not be surprised based on what was said here that they have some sort of baseline of the planets. But in short, I don't think that they were specific about it here, having watched this the second time now.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments.
Great.
So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly
I look forward to that actually having the
for
stealth
the Navy.
role.
The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter?
All right, one second here. I want to bring something up here. What do I want to call it? Got to have that image here somewhere. Yeah, I think this is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, this is the guy, I believe. I like all this stuff. So much stuff. So, Intersec, I believe, is part of, which one was it? I think it was the Mercenary Guild. I believe the Mercenary Guild. Oh, hi, Andy. I've got a dog slapping my leg here. Sorry, did I miss the Hollow Knight? Not yet, man. Thanks for asking. It's probably going to be in about an hour and a half or so. It's after this. So going through Star Citizen, the CitizenCon stuff from yesterday, and then we'll be getting into the end of Hollow Knight, because I do not plan my my streams well. So I'm literally crossing two separate interests. But yeah, it'll probably be in about an hour and a half. You're welcome to hang out or feel free to come on back, but it'll be after this. But yeah, so the one thing I was going to bring up about Intersec, and this isn't the exact one. There was another one. Oh, that's right. It had the listing of the like crafting guilds and stuff. That will be part of the 1.0 requirements. And also like it's one of the core factions for crafting. So I'm looking forward to that. You're in for a treat. You haven't tried it yet? I haven't. So it's going to be a pain, I know, but it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, this I feel like is going to be a very, the fact that we're getting these newer factions is also a big part of getting us towards 1.0, which I'm a big fan of. So, and getting us towards crafting, also a big fan of. Yeah, just wanted to mention that on there.
I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles? Or
I wish I could have a camera view like that, man.
Or military operations. That's all going to come from Intersec Defense Solutions.
Gun cam.
Intersec have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the NIC system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the NIC system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to?
That's a good question.
Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
I really like the fact that they're kind of taking this sort of playground approach to some of these locations. This isn't to say that every single place needs to be one of these. Like we definitely need a diversity of play types, but I really love this playground approach because it gives, at least for me, I'm a PvE guy. I do some PvP, but I'm really more PvE oriented. I'm a big narrative guy, love story. These playgrounds give me a lot of room to enjoy the story, to explore, to revisit. I really like that. Star Citizen good. The only space sim I've played is No Man's Sky. Love it, but despite that, never been super into survival games. This kind of feels like a myth to me. So Star Citizen's I enjoy it a lot. There's survival elements. MMO is probably the broadest term I'd probably say. If you're big into space sim, if you like some FPS, and you like kind of like job role type stuff, this is a good game for that. Like there's lots of different, you could be into combat, you could be into industrial stuff, you could just wander around different planets, etc. There's a lot you can do in this game, and it's very, very diverse in terms of the things you can do in it. I really enjoy it. It's very much a work in progress. It's an alpha. It's the eternal alpha. There's a reason that some people just get kind of frustrated with it, but no, it's been a lot of fun. I've definitely enjoyed it. It all depends on kind of what you're looking for in terms of No Man's Sky. Like if you like exploring planets, if you like flying ships, right now those would probably be the biggest ties I'd say to it. Pretty soon we're going to have the crafting aspect, which I'm very much looking forward to. Base building's coming pretty soon. pretty soon. Put quotes around that. But yeah, it's a fun, like, socially engaging game for me. Patience test simulator. That's fair. That's fair. This I've been looking forward to. The Stinger looks gorgeous.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been rioting in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
So I love the ribcage design for like these ships, like the Prowler and the Stinger. Is the Prowler based off of Vandal tech as well? I mean, I know it's Asperia, but I'm curious, are they all Vandal if it's Asperia? But yeah, that design is just, I love it. I love it. Haven't had a chance to fly it, so I can't speak to its, flight capabilities, but the design is so good. The intricacy on that design is so bonkers good too. How would I compare Star Citizen to something like Elite Dangerous? Kind of, it's apples and pears, I guess. I can't even say apples and oranges. They're somewhat close, but not exactly the same. The feeling of flight, I feel, is a little bit more enjoyable for me in Star Citizen. But then again, the flight model is kind of a bag of worms to bring up in general, because there's an older model a lot of people like. I enjoyed it too. And there's the newer model, which is not as popular, but I still enjoy it over Elite Dangerous. Right now, Elite Dangerous has more like mini loops that you can play through because it's a completed shipped game. But I don't feel like the depth of, or the like involvement of the game, the immersion of the game. I hate using that word. That's the one that's always thrown out. But the immersion of the game is a little bit more shallow than Star Citizen. Like Star Citizen, you're actually in the ship, you're interacting with the ship. In Elite Dangerous, you switch from being the ship to being a person. But there's definitely a lot more to do right now in Elite Dangerous than Star Citizen in terms of diversity of like things. But yeah, overall, I've played some Elite Dangerous. I played a lot more Star Citizen, so there's a bias there, but I definitely enjoyed Star Citizen more. Although I still occasionally hop over to Elite Dangerous because it's nice to play. It's fun, and there's so much to explore. I think they've got 0.0006. I think they announced recently in terms of explored locations. Lots of places to go. But yeah, I definitely, when I was playing Elite Dangerous, which I did after playing Star Citizen, I just felt kind of claustrophobic. So I went back into Star Citizen for the most part. Conflict in the community, I feel that. Yeah, well, it like any community that's MMOs in general, I feel like you get a very passionate community because it's a very, very strong, very invested community. And so when things go wrong, they get very loud. We get very loud. When things go well, we cheer them on. So yeah, it can get a little rough at points, but I just got to keep telling myself it's just a game. It's just a game. But oh, it's such a fun game. Gotcha. More in Elite, more immersive in Star Citizen. Yeah, exactly. And Star Citizen, because it's being developed, more is coming online every right now every other month or so. But yeah, it's got a ways to go before it's shipped. At that point, I would really do the apples and oranges comparison with Elite. Once it gets to 1.0, let's see where it's standing, but we're a ways off from that. But in the meantime, I find it pretty fun, and it's pretty immersive, and yeah, have a good time. I'm sure you probably get a lot of people in chat probably giving you some of their perspectives as well. This is, by the way, this is CitizenCon. This is the annual convention that they do to kind of go over what they're planning to do for the next year. This year's is kind of small because they're actually prepping to launch Squadron 42 next year. So instead of a big con, which is usually like 2 days long with like 8 hours of panels, they just did like a 2-hour Nintendo style direct video going over what they're going to be doing over the next year. That's what we're currently watching.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vanduul aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vanduul ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Okay, when people are when people are taking over a facility and you're going to investigate, then you get attacked, and then afterwards they're like, hey, by the way, come on board. Why would you trust them? Why would you go on board?
Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QB stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately
less a
ambushed.
surprise.
These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
I like that.
So after you survive this initial...
So one thing I will say, as someone that has spent entirely too many years playing Destiny, this is already steps above Destiny's classic issue. You get a new release, a new location, and it's basically reskinned bad guys. This, at least, yes, they are humans, much like the other humans. But the thing is, like, they get full new armor. It's not just, oh, look, they've repainted it. Like, that stuff looks different. I mean, that's already a step above Destiny. That makes me happy.
Ambush. You get back in touch with Intersect, and obviously the question is, who are these people?
Yeah, who are these
they
guys?
Attacking? Why are the Vanduul attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as...
Don't mean to Vader from the HK fan base, but you happen to align with interest space. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, I'm glad you're here. Welcome. If you're having a good time, feel free to drop a subscribe and a like. You know, I hate being that guy, but trying to build this channel up, so much appreciated. But yeah, feel free to hang out. Yeah, we're watching this, so I probably won't be as posy to respond as much, but yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. At the very least, I'm sure the community will be happy to respond too. But yeah, got any questions, ask away
as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vanduul have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vanduul are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Wicklow.
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersec along the way.
I'm super excited to finally see the Van Duel in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Van Duel ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
One thing I was thinking about, by the way, so 4.4, it's going to be the next patch after the one that we're currently working on, 4.3.2. 4.4 supposedly will be hitting PTU next month. The other interesting thing is, like, I believe that they had planned for 10 patches this year. Next, 4.4 would be the 10th patch. They might extend the time on that one because, and I'm honestly, depending on how it feels when it comes out, that might be necessary for Nyx. It might have an extended patch window. And if that's the case, this might end up being the November/December patch. But also, this is kind of me noodling a little bit. I would imagine 4.4 is also going to be the IAE patch, unless they do like a mini, like a hotfix to drop in vehicles, etc. So I'm kind of curious. I wouldn't be surprised if it got, extended into like a slightly longer than normal patch, and this would be the one that closes it out for the year. But if not, I'm curious what they might put into, say, 4.4.1 or a 4.5. I don't think it'd be a 4.5, but maybe a 4.4.1, especially with the tech preview for crafting supposedly coming before end of year. Just stuff I was noodling.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch
as much as I love
sneak peek.
Jared.
That was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system. And in case you finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system.
Finish out the year. Sounds like 4.4 will be the last patch for this year. So if that's the case, either A, they do get it out in November because it's the IAE patch, and that'll be it. Maybe we'll get hot fixes for the next month. I mean, we do know that they have the holiday time off, which, good. Good for them. They need some time off. But that does mean that it sounds like we get one more patch after this, which is going to be a big one. It's going to be Nyx. But, that's it. Which, yeah.
You missed it because you were chatting with friends. Hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way.
So Mongoose was just mentioning, we heard nothing about Ironclads. I wonder if we're getting them this year. I do not think so. It sounds like I believe it was the last monthly update. I think they were just going into gray box. And moreover, if you look at the roadmap, the actual roadmap page. Command module is not due to complete until I think the beginning of next year. So my guess, and I've heard a couple other people theorize this too, but my guess is it's probably going to be an Invictus ship, maybe a little earlier, but my guess is Invictus. At the very least, that might be when the variant, the Assault, comes out, but I wouldn't be surprised if both of them come out at that point. That's my thought at any rate.
First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown.
Thanks, Mongoose.
The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with the team to show I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. Winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in the process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show.
Sorry for skipping you, Jared.
He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? Nyx arrives next month. It'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just...
There we go. That, I think that's as clear as we can get right there. Levski, Glacium Belt, and the Welcome to Nyx. Those are the three things we should expect out the door next month. I'm going to repeat it one more time just so that I don't sound like I'm taking crazy pills.
Arrives next month. It'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed.
So yeah, that's that. I didn't catch that completely the first time I watched it, but having heard it now, that seems pretty freaking clear. So no planets. It's just the belt, Levski, and the mission content, which, I mean, that'll tide me over for a while. But yeah, so if you're expecting planets, you're going to be disappointed. Don't go in disappointed. No planets. If magic planets appear, either check your medications or just be happy. But yeah, it doesn't sound like any planets this time at launch.
But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not...
Where does the Welcome to Levski mission take place? On another station? Yeah, it looks like there are some derelict stations. It looks, I mean, we'll see when it gets here, but it looks like it's kind of along the same line as like the what are those guys called? Those abandoned like mining stations that they added not too long ago for like the escort missions and the training missions, the space combat training missions. It seems to be kind of in that sense. There's going to probably be like a handful of these derelicts in the belt, I'm guessing, and we're going to fly over to those. That's what it sounds like. Who knows? I don't have access, but that's kind of the way it sounds like to me.
Only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your some of what the next year...
Again, sorry, Jared. Breaking new ground. This is the porn, man. This is the visual porn. This is what makes Screenshot Simulator worth playing, man. I'm so excited for the Genesis stuff.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level.
Okay, one thing about that, scale. When you're talking about an MMO, like scale is really where all the problems come from. Like, yeah, we've had problems with like elevators. We've had problems with desync, but ultimately all of those little problems when it comes to like delay, when it comes to visual fidelity, almost all of those come back to the concept of scale. And a perfect example of this is workflow scale. When I talk about software development, there's kind of two points where code can be important. There's what's known as compile time, and there's what's known as runtime. Compile time is basically code that you write that once you build the program, build the application, build the game, all that goes into that building process, whether it's to generate assets, like let's say you have like PNG that's going to show up on a wall. The compile time will turn that PNG into the code that's actually in the application while it's being built. So that's a compile time thing. Meanwhile, you've got runtime, which is the code that we tend to run into more when we're playing our games. That's like the game logic. That's the server meshing, all that kind of stuff. That's happening while the thing's running, hence runtime. A lot of the stuff that's going to be talked about here in Genesis is what would be considered compile time. So they're talking about scale, but the scale isn't just what's running. It's not the scale of the people that get to play it. It's also the scale of being able to create these planets quicker, faster, being able to give it data and just let the computer run with it, turn it into a conceptual planet, maybe a little bespoke artist tweaking, but it allows it to basically generate it off of, specifics, off of details, instead of having an artist have to like design it, like literally paint the biomes. So this is going to help. The stuff he's going to talk about here isn't just what makes it look gorgeous at runtime. It's also a lot of what's going to make it quicker to build in compile time. And there's a little bit of a metaphor there. Compile time is also, in that case, what I'm talking about, the amount of time it takes to design, generate, and build these things. All of that is what I'm kind of blanketing in there. So it's a little bit bigger than actual compile time. But once again, tree, swamp, or house, swamp, we're a little metaphorical here.
Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale the Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail.
Fractals, yo. Hey, Chewie.
With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things.
God damn.
Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there.
That's exactly what I was just talking about. So the artists don't have to go in, plant trees, or even at a macro scale, plant a place where it should generate trees. All it has to do is say, here are the temperature requirements. Here is the height map. It's going to figure out where trees should go, what biome it is, where trees should go, what sort of hydration levels there do we put rivers in, like all that kind of stuff. That all flows from the Genesis data, which is great. It makes things a lot quicker.
It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data.
Less a planet builder tool and more a planet automation tool. Because a planet builder tool would be along the lines of, here is what we want a planet to be, now build it. What this is actually doing is taking, this is the location the planet is, now generate all of it. And then after that, that allows the artist to just have to come in for cleanup, for things that look a little weird, or this is a place where we have to have a specific like landing zone or point of interest. So the artists can actually work on the art instead of the artists having to work on like the technical minimums, the technical requirements. How to put it? It's like an interior decorator having to used to be responsible for literally building the room and then putting stuff inside of it. Now they can just focus on putting stuff inside of it. Rough draft maker, that's a valid point. Yeah. That it's a simple version, but I mean, admittedly, my metaphors are pretty simple too. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
To name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion.
This is something I was kind of waiting for from the beginning. Going back to the whole multi-floor house thing, this is where I think base building became a second story issue. They were just talking about how Genesis will be sort of how they are able to determine what resources are where based off of sort of natural placement. That can dramatically affect like building bases for resource extraction, which is one of the main reasons they're doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of what is bottlenecking being able to put some of the base building stuff in. At the very least, any of the resource gathering parts of base building, because they would have to basically redo it once they have Genesis in place. So they may have just gone, you know what? Let's just get Genesis out the door. It's a possibility, but not for sure. I don't know. Generates a starting point basically for him. It generates, I don't feel like it generates just a starting point. I feel it generates probably about 60% of it. So it's like over halfway there. And then the artists come in to fine tune it. As opposed to a starting point just being like, here's a planet now decorated. It's like, oh, the planet's already decorated. Now they just have to fine tune it, put in the specific, what's it called? Landing zones, POIs, any sort of natural changes they want to make, stuff like that. I hope Genesis fixed some of the driving issues by making less rocks, especially ones you can't see. They do bring that up actually in a little bit. They do bring that up.
Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality. And I
mean, look at those trees. They're not just like stick up, like these are like freaking willow mandrake-y kind of trees, man. If they can add some like massive diversity to a lot of their like arboreal stuff, let alone the rest of nature. Oh, this is going to be a big deal for me.
It provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high.
So you'll notice at this point that Nyx 2 is concept art. So that definitely, I mean, honestly, so is Nyx 3, but I mean, gas giant. Who knows how long that'll take? I wouldn't imagine as long because I don't imagine a lot of POIs there. But Nyx 2, since it's just concept art, that definitely implies, and that's the key word here, implies that this probably hasn't gotten anywhere near as far as Nyx 1. So they're still working on this stuff. Nyx 1, as they mentioned, is the hero planet. So that's the one we've seen the most love for. I'm looking forward to seeing that one in, but we got a ways to go before all of Nyx is in.
Pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Also, it is worth noting, Nyx 1 is the hero planet. Nyx 1 is the one we've been seeing. Nyx 1 is the one that has like a swamp and forest and da-da-da-da-da. In the Galactopedia currently, Nyx 1 is considered a lifeless planet. One thing that has been mentioned, and I am trying to remember where the reference was, but it was a CIG reference, was the fact that because of the fact that the game has shifted enough over the years in terms of what they were expecting on planets. Originally, they were just, a place you could go with a possible landing zone to wander around. You call it a day. But now, of course, they're, streamed in, land on, fully interact with locations. The original plan was a lot of them were going to be lifeless because there's no reason to even consider them since you couldn't go to them. Since you can, they are planning to revisit this. It doesn't mean all planets are going to go from lifeless to, teeming with life, but it does mean that some of them will get refactored in time. This is just part of the dev process. You discover things you can and can't do and have to refactor along the way. But I'm on board. I mean, more stuff we can do. But it definitely was a little bit of a surprise because one of the things I really got into when we first got the announcement for all the locations was I looked into them. I was like, okay, let's get to know what is Nyx like? What is Castra like? What is Terra like? So I was, looking at Galactopedia, looking up any references I could see so I could get to know them. And Nyx, I was like, boy, Nyx is the next one. There's not going to be much to do. Well, they fixed that. There's stuff to do for sure. But yeah, just a little surprise. I'm on board though, especially considering how they make this freaking look. Good Lord.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps.
God damn. Okay, one other thing worth noting. There's a lot of implications that I've been kind of pointing out, but they are just that. They are not facts. They are not stated, but they are implications. One thing that this is kind of implying, since we're going to have swamps, and we have seen last year when they were showing weather in the swamps, presumably in earlier versions of this Nyx 1 biome, that you could walk in these swamps. So I have a feeling they're going to probably put some work into like shallow water walking and possibly swimming. Possibly. But I haven't heard anything about it. So literally that could be just pulled out of my butt, but it does feel like it's connected in a way. Cause imagine if you're wandering through this and you just start dying because of water issues, or you run into clipping issues because of water issues. They're going to have to think about people in the water. So I have a feeling it's going to get touched on. Might be a T0. I don't know, but it does feel like it has to has to show up in here. Heard work about swimming. They started work on it last year. Nice. Well, that's great. That's great. I haven't seen it. That isn't to say that I don't trust you, but I haven't seen that information. But it just makes sense to me. It just makes sense.
These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all.
Swamming.
Or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will.
Saw it on the roadmap. Mentioned in passing.
The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look.
This is kind of a little bit of that compile time stuff I was talking about previously. So what that concept I was talking about where you generate it based off the data, another advantage is all of the stuff that we're going to be describing here, like both in terms of like the drawing here, when we get to the normal maps that they kind of are going to talk about in a little bit, like all of this just comes from the data where you can literally go, if this pixel, when you're drawing the textures, happens to cover sandy beaches, it's going to have this sandy color. If this pixel is covering, dense forest, it's going to have this lush green color, etc. So it's going to be able to automatically help with the generation of all of these high orbit maps, in addition to generating the planet when you get down to the low level. This is going to help them speed up their work a lot, because imagine if you're talking about looking at the planet, let's say they generate the base planet, the artist zooms in, looks at this spot and is like, actually, this needs to be more of like an inlet sea, like maybe they're going to put a small outpost on the edge of a little bay or something like that. So they draw in that this part's below seawater or sea level, so water will be there. Here's the beach, and then they put the outpost prefabs down. When they run Genesis again, based on what I'm hearing here, it should automatically generate all these textures. So they don't have to kind of draw this at multiple levels in any sort of bespoke way. It's all auto-generated based off of just the design changes, which is freaking great. This is all stuff that speeds up the artist's design level. Going back to when I was talking about how it might be reasonable in about a year and a half to expect something about Castra, this is the kind of stuff that allows for that kind of a thing to happen, because the artist doesn't have to spend literally weeks changing a little inlet area, both at the low level and then correspondingly higher levels, because they'd have to then update the textures. It's just design it in the tool, in the IDE that they have, build it, and then it'll generate all the textures for them. Done and done. Minus, of course, QA. Got to double check it, make sure it looks okay, but that's a huge reduction in time, which means they get more done in less time. That's great. Got to ask, because a lot of people I know have been wondering, since they're going so detailed, how hard is this going to be on people's GPUs, or is this going to be mainly on their side? So the design stuff I'm talking about, it's all on their side. Anytime I use the word compile time, the reason I even use that term is it's basically all the work done before the product is made. It's actually the process of making the product, making the shipped version, the shipped release. That's all on their side. That's all their expense. Now, there are things that this will affect on the GPU side, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. When they get to the texture stuff, I'll talk a little bit about that aspect here. Before answering my question, just got commercialed. No worries. He won't hear it. But yeah, we'll go over that bit in the next part. So he's good. He's good. Good and golden at the moment.
Just got commercialed.
Yeah, he doesn't know I heard that, but I heard that. But it'll just be a moment. Let's see. Yeah. Go over that in the next part. There. So at least he knows. All right.
We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season.
See, that kind of goes into the part I was just talking about, where this is all stuff that will automatically be generated because this is stuff that the Genesis system will understand. It'll know. So like if you put a tree in, it'll know when it has to make those high orbit maps for the planet that it has to generate one for all the seasons. So it's like, okay, well, this layout in spring, it'll look like this. So it draws out like a nice green, maybe a little bit of brown because, you know, the trees are just coming into bloom. Then it'll do the summer one, lush and green, the fall one, maybe a little bit more amber as the leaves are falling. And then, you know, one for winter where it's all, you know, kind of white covered. And then when you fly into the planet, I mean, that's a bug that we've had a lot, but that's not what I mean. When we land on the planet, the assets would also be aware of, oh, we're in fall, so therefore the trees will have kind of a golden sort of amber hue, or it'll know to draw the trees with the green lush leaves. You know, all this gets automated, and all the artists will have to do is place it and design it. Or if it's exactly the way it wants it from AutoGen, consider it good, and like nothing has to happen, and it's already done for you, which is pretty nice. Welcome back, Mongoose.
This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space.
With relative low cost.
Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
God, look at those. Oh, so good.
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles.
All right, we're going to pause it right there. Okay. So medium tiles is kind of interesting. This is something I can only speak to on interpretation because what it's actually doing, there's a few ways I could see it, but I wouldn't know for sure. But you'll notice like this side is a lot more like, what do I want to say? There's more contrast. Like you can see like there's darker details here. It's softer over here. You don't have these like kind of really dark shady areas here. And that's because the medium tiles over here are softer. It's because of the fact that it's actually handling erosion. But the other, erosion, wind, basically softening it up to make it look more natural, because the jagginess over here, though there are some places that would have it, it's not as common in nature. But the other thing is, this also potentially gives you, this is the heavy interpretation part. This also gives you potential to reduce the polygon count for these, which that is definitely a runtime benefit. The more you can draw on these with like normal maps and lower poly, the more you're going to be able to handle on your graphics card. But that part's definitely an interpretation, because I can't speak to what they're doing fully on this on their intention for medium tiles. But I do like the fact that at the very least, in terms of like look and feel, it allows for a more natural eroded look as opposed to like the sharp dark contrast that you get on the non-medium tiles.
These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet.
And one thing also worth noting is this would be, if you had like a full workflow for building a planet, this would be a whole planetary step as an artist you would have to do. It's like, okay, you've designed the world. Now you've got to, go back and, start artistically refining, well, what parts are eroded? What parts aren't eroded? There's a lot of like artistic interpretation, as opposed to this is something that, nature has been doing for, eons. So integrating that into the code base, into the generation of the planets, that's a significant savings in time. You a fan of Metroidvanias? Only recently taken into it due to the release of Silksong. Seem to know a lot about the back end of Star Citizen. Give me the impression you're a recent fan. I just play what I enjoy. Honestly, that's really about it. I hopped into Hollow Knight because I've been wanting to play it, and admittedly, like it just reminded me of that when Silksong came out. But yeah, I just kind of play what I like to play. That's really about it. I do a lot of like Sims. I do TCG, Card Shop Simulator. I do all sorts of games. That's the one thing that always makes it a little tricky in terms of my streams is I tend to stream a lot of different stuff. So I don't really have a particular fan base. It's not a Star Citizen stream, but it's also not a, like platformer stream. It's whatever I'm in the mood for.
So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before.
This I like. I mean, honestly, I don't really have much to add on the technical side to this. I don't know what the technical limitations were previously in terms of cliffs, like why they couldn't do them before, but I'm happy they're there. Just in terms of like visual art design, it's always more striking if you can have some cliffs, like the freaking cliffs of Dover, man. I remember watching Robin Hood Prince of Thieves when it was in the theaters, and when Robin comes back to England and he sees the cliffs of Dover, it's like so dramatic, it's so powerful. So being able to have these, in a sense, it can give you a lot of good, like very original, very like hero like locations where you can get some really cool visuals. Once again, Screenshot Simulator strikes again, but I'm looking forward to it. Wonder if they'll ever try integrating AI into erosion and such, have things like that based on like how many ships might visit the area. So this is all of the Genesis engine is basically AI. It's not Gen AI, which is what a lot of people nowadays would consider. If you say the word AI, that's what they're thinking of, like LLMs, etc. But this is still an artificial intelligence in how they're designing it. In terms of making it like a live reactive AI, that I can't speak to them. I can't speak to their plan on that, but that's going to be a pretty costly one, because that one takes a lot of runtime data to be able to do that dynamically, which then also changes the art dynamically. So that one can get pretty expensive in terms of being like a live updated thing, but I would love that. I would imagine they'd probably have to consider moving a lot of this stuff to voxels though. There'd be a lot of rework basically is the short of it, but I think it would be interesting if they consider it down the road. That's fine. I missed the earlier streams of yours, so just wondered if you're a fan of the genre. Oh yeah, I honestly, I just play what sparks interest for me. Only asking just blind experience. No, I get it. I appreciate it.
Second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema.
The rocks.
But only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
No more
using physical data generated for
open
each
fields.
Large and medium tile. Now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into...
There's an old D&D module. We're talking like early 80s, maybe mid 80s. It's called the World Builder's Guidebook. And it's, if you're ever curious about it, it's like $10 up on Drive-Thru RPG. If you ever are interested in like some really good physical world building, it's a great book for that. But the reason I'm bringing it up is one of the things I really loved about that book is it's literally a step-by-step to make a geologically realistic world based on like the actual laws of nature. Like it walks through how to build continents, how to build tectonic plates, which then just define how to build mountains, which also defines like wind flow, which then defines climates, which then defines biomes. Like you go through this whole chain thing. And the reason I bring it up is Genesis Engine feels like a more complex equivalent of this concept. And it's why I'm such a big fan of it, because it reduces so much of the like the stuff that can be automated in this process. And it just opens up the ability for the artists to just kind of focus on the design, the actual art factor. You can just choose a biome, choose the general placement, and then let everything else generate. Like it'll define where certain resource placements are, ore placements. It'll place where mountains are. It'll then, because of all that stuff, define where the precipitation goes, which will then define the biomes, which then will define erosion, which then defines like rock placement. It all chains, and it's all easily. We've seen how long it's taken, and we haven't seen a lot of other games do this, but it simplifies the automation of a lot of this stuff. Annoying rock placement hasn't been a running gag in as much as running into random rock placement with a high-speed vehicle. That's been the running gag. Basically, there's rocks throughout a lot of the planes because they're just sort of auto-genned in the building of the planet. And you end up with these really high speed, like, effectively like speeder bikes from Star Wars. And you just swoop along, all of a sudden, boom, you just run into one. Kind of like the big question of how they don't blow up in Return of the Jedi, dodging around those trees. They should have blown up easily, long before they did in the movie. Same kind of thing, except rocks on a plane, which is hilarious to me.
To them after this comes out, that's on you. The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
The fact all this is interconnected just proves how it simulates nature, because that's exactly how it is in real life.
And explore some additional biomes.
God, look at those the grass. I'm so enamored by the grass in this.
Nyx One's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water,
those weird ass
begin transitioning
fungus things
into more wetland type biomes.
Mordor.
And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
That looks so much better than currently.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair.
So I'm going to pause right here. This is kind of coming back to your question about like GPU cost, GPU usage, Mongoose. So there's a lot in that. It's a pretty heavy question to answer, so I definitely won't be able to give you a full one, but I can give you an example of where benefits of this are going to come in. So when it comes to optimization on GPUs, what you ideally want to do is two things. You want to have a repeatable shader, because shaders, like a shader is cheaper than a model. Perfect example. Because it's we've got especially in NVIDIA, you've got the CUDA architecture. AMD has high speed shader engines as well, but CUDA is a magic word. People know it, so I can use that as an example. It's built specifically to render shaders at an incredibly high speed. It's able to do crazy math at incredibly high speeds. So the shaders he's talking about are basically reusable throughout all of the grass, but it's cheap because of the fact it's all the same shader. And so it's able to kind of how to put it, it's able to combine that all into a singular model when it's doing the math, and draws it very efficiently, as opposed to if we were drawing like actual modeled blades of grass. Like if you had 1,000 blades of grass that were like literal like polygon models versus a shader texture. The shader texture is like hundreds, if not thousands of times faster to render. So you're able to keep it performant, keep it efficient. But the other thing is all of this grass, even though there's a lot of it, it's all instanced, which means it's based off of one item. So now there might be like 6 or 7 like individual blade types, like a tall blade and a short blade, maybe a bent blade or one with a dandelion or something like that. But those 7 types, whatever it is, are just copies throughout this whole thing, which is a lot faster to draw than, like 7,000 unique blades. The nice thing is, because hair is so important, fur is so important in a lot of games, they've come up with really great ways to optimize those really fine, small textures in terms of shaders for drawing. And so that's one place where we get a nice win. So instead of having like patches of grass, which is pretty common in a lot of like overworlds, where it's just like, here's some grass to make you remember, hey, there's grass here, but it's not really like everywhere. This is all done via shader drawing, which is an example of ways that they can speed up the performance while still making it look breathtakingly gorgeous. So it's basically condensing it into a smaller form for less resources and faster render times. Not just a smaller form, but a reusable form. The reusable part is the key thing. Instance is the magic word. You want to be able to make multiple instances instead of multiple unique things. The more instances you can use, the more it's sharing that same cost. It makes it a lot cheaper. I was about to say, I think they got the idea from their hair between doing it. Yeah, that I do. The fact he brought up the fur and the hair, I don't think that's just a random thing he brought up. Copy pasting, not exactly. I'm trying to think of a good way to put it. Because copy and pasting is still duplicating. Instance is kind of a hard concept because it's not duplicating. It's I know. If I hold this mug up, this is a physical mug. I'm holding this mug. This mug had a cost to create. This mug has a cost, to draw on the screen, right? This is the mug. Now in your mind, I want you to imagine this mug. Imagine 2 of these mugs. Now, those didn't cost anything physically to make. They're in your head, right? They're just imagined mugs. This is physical. You've now duplicated it twice in your head and it didn't cost a thing. That's effectively what instancing is. It's like a free reuse of the same thing, but all of them ultimately come back to this guy. Like the reason you can imagine the mug in your head is because you can see that mug. This is the physical one you are imagining. That's kind of what instancing is. Instancing is you're getting a free replica of it, but it's not a physical copy. It's literally like you look at that thing and then you're redrawing what you're looking at. It's crazy. Do you think the grass will still move if we walk through it? I don't know. I mean, it could. It absolutely could. That's all down to how they decide to do the what's it called? The shader, because the shader can react to that kind of stuff. But it's less are they capable of doing it? They 100% are. It's whether that's a priority when we get the first version that we see. That's really kind of what it comes down to. And if they don't get it right away, chances are it'll probably come down the road. But yeah, I don't see why we couldn't, but I definitely can't speak to whether they will. Hope that makes sense.
This, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field
Instancing
of grass
is hard to
far
describe.
more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away.
Exactly. Projection of an actual object. That's another good way to put it.
Transitions and allowing you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales.
This is going to be a big deal as you're flying. This is actually going to be pretty great. So as he was mentioning, there's points when you're flying around in game and you'll notice like things pop in and out, like things will disappear, things will reappear. And you'll hit like a certain threshold at a distance where it's like, boop, it's gone. And then you move forward a little bit, boop, it reappears. You also notice that there's a point where, you're at a distance and it looks very fuzzy and plain. And then you get a little closer and bloop, it becomes a little more detailed. By the way, that little bloop, the one where it goes from fuzzy to a little more detailed, that's level of detail. So when you hear about LODs, that's what level of detail is. There's multiple copies of the same detail, the same thing, whether it's a ship or ground texture. And the closer you get, the more detail it gets. That's what level of detail is. Now, what this is kind of showing here are all of the detail you get is based off of textures, which are literally squares of pixels, like a PNG, for lack of a better term. And these, from what he was saying, are 4K textures. So that means that the detail here is 4,000 pixels by 4,000 pixels. And you can imagine if you have this space and it has 4,000 by 4,000, this has less detail than this one because it's a smaller area that's doing 4,000 by 4,000. The smarty stuff that he's talking about here is it's going to know when to swap out those broader textures for the deeper textures based off of perspective. Like you'll notice, like in the center of the screen, because that's where we're looking, that's where you get more detail. Over here, you'll notice that you get the bigger guys out here. We need less detail because it's the peripheral part of the vision. Smaller areas when you're closer. Smaller areas should be when you're closer, but this is all at the same level. This is basically like however many feet up. Let's say we're at 10,000 feet. This is what you're seeing. So this part here is actually more detailed from your point of view because it's straight ahead of you. This stuff over here is peripheral, so they don't need to put as much detail in. But if you turn the screen, and you'll notice this as he moves the camera around, you'll notice that certain parts start zooming in. Like I think we're going to go this way. We're going to go left. You'll notice that this swaps out for a 2x2 instead of this single block. Now, the other thing he was talking about, though, is that certain angles, they're going to be able to keep them at a lower res because of the fact you just won't be able to see as much detail because of the angle of the elevation. So you'll notice that certain ones pop in that aren't part of this main central point of view. And likewise, they'll pop out. And this is kind of nice because it means these are cheaper for us to draw, like on our graphics card, because it's less to render. The more of these we can have, the better, but also they just don't look as good. So being able to smartly swap them out, so you only really need the more detailed ones at this distance, makes it so that we have less to draw, less memory to take up while we're rendering. So watch as he moves. See, now all of a sudden this one's even bigger. So this one actually is 4K, but it's specifically taking up 2 of these now, because we're now at a point where the elevation, you're not going to see most of this. You're not going to see most of this. Like, why put the detail in? Your eyes aren't going to be focusing on this. Your eyes are focusing over here. And that's kind of the advantage. This is way cheaper than this. This is way cheaper than this. So they got to dial in the distancing then, or it'll all be foobar. Well, it's not the distancing. This isn't changing because of dynamic distance. This is changing because it's what you're looking at. It's less about the distance and it's more about the focus. Distance is part of the equation, but the distance from here is kind of equilateral. You're at the same distance at this point. It's about what they choose to put more detail into, so that it looks, so you're tricked into thinking it's all high detail, but really they're able to get away with making these lower detail because you're not paying attention to them. But they also have to still make it smooth enough that the transition, you don't go, oh, look how crazy detailed this is, and now this is like, you can see like a quilty square that this is different. That's the trick. They've got to be smart enough to be able to change this distance dynamically to the different textures, but not make it look like there's like a pattern to it. Some more POV then, or field of view than distance. Yes. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. It's blending meets level of detail. And it's the hardest part, I feel, at least in terms of level of detail, because level of detail on a ship, you basically, the ship will never, unless you're right up at it, you're like right next to like a paladin, right? You're right next to an anvil paladin. Like your whole face is, gonna see nothing but paladin because it's in your face. But if you're dogfighting it at a distance, like when it switches levels of detail, when you get closer and closer, you're not going to notice it as much because it goes from a speck to, maybe a thumb width across the screen to, maybe about a fist width across the screen. Like there's points where it'll change, but things are moving so quickly and it's so small, you're not going to notice it. But with the planet, you can see that. You can see that repetitive pattern. Like it's really obvious when you're like a great example is if you come out of port, oh my God, my brain. Right above New Babbage, Port Tressler. If you hop out of Port Tressler and you look down at Microtech, you can see the repetitive pattern of it. That's because of the fact that it's this. It's basically this repeated over and over, and it becomes very obvious. But with this technology, when you look down, you're going to see this level of detail at the parts directly in front of you. And then it can get kind of patterny off to the side, but you're not going to, like, this is a good example. See how this is just one big repetitive, bland, boring chunk? You're only going to get a little bit of it, a little bit of this guy, so it won't look as repetitive. Same with these. These are kind of small, so you won't get the repetitive nature. And then these are going to have intense detail, so they don't look like a checkerboard, like a quilt. They're going to have their unique specific details. And the reason they have the numbers, by the way, is if you were to look at the index of all the textures, these are the textures for these exact locations. And that's why they're showing it as these are unique. So you're not going to have 80 doesn't look like 3 doesn't look like 32. But when you look at like Microtech from up at Port Tressler, it would be the equivalent of seeing like 32, 32, 32, 32, because it's at that distance, it all looks the same. This is allowing us to make it dynamic, but also scale the field of detail. So it's not as expensive, which is a big win in terms of performance, but also a big win in terms of the look and feel. It won't look like it's a quilt. It's a repeated pattern.
This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
See how it's just dynamically changing? That's big, good stuff.
When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands.
So here's a good example. So like what we'd be looking at here is this might be all part of, and I couldn't tell you for the life of me, like where the actual line would be, but like this would be all one 4K swath here. Or sorry, no, that wouldn't be. It'd be like something small. It'd be like, this is one 4K swath. This is one 4K swath. Like, actually, let's go back one. The water is kind of making it messy. Here we go. This is a good example. Like this could be a 4K swath. This could be a 4K swath. So it's super detailed when we're this close. But back here, literally this whole part may be one 4K swath. But we don't care because look how little we see in terms of detail here. Like they can just have one big honking single texture here. And we're like, that's good. We're not looking here. We're looking here. This is the sexy stuff. This is all the, you know, like we've got dozens of 4K swatches over here. This one, maybe only part of this is a 4K, but you'll notice this part right here would still be way bigger than this part here. Exactly. And so that's kind of where this is a win because it still looks the same. Like if you get over there, like it'll have this same, like this will be shaded. We'll see the jagged edges, but when we get that close, we'll see these little pebbles. Like why draw those little pebbles over there when, you know, we can't see them. And that's where this advantage kind of comes in. There's also a thing called imposters, where like these might actually be like rendered little modeled pebbles. And over there, they're not rendering the model. Instead of when you get close enough to see them, they'll just have it as a texture. So they don't have to have all the little polygons required for all these guys. But that's a whole other thing. That gets into a whole other level. The only minus to that is when trying to see a ship way off. Well, the ship would be separate. That's the thing is like this would just be for the planet. The ships deal with level of detail in a completely separate way. So that's where I was talking about where it's like a dot and then a finger length and then a fist. Like they deal with their level of detail in a completely separate way from this. This is purely just how planets draw it. You'll still be able to see like the ship moving separate from the planet itself.
Those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage.
There's some nice volumetric like hazing there. Look at that.
Really unique.
This, I'm looking forward to finding about this. This right here, this is story shit. This is the stuff that I was talking about where the artists come in and add something extra. Like, is this part of a ruined station? What if that's Port Orison? That would be pretty cool. But yeah, like this could be like an old structure. Maybe it's an alien structure. Like, I don't know. This is the kind of stuff that the artists would be bringing in because they have the time since the planet's been developed by the tool set. They can come in and then do the refinement where they put in what makes it unique. Pissed off Valakar. Yeah, like what if that's like noodle tongues? Like it's a multi-tongued, it's got a big old like shoulder block. I don't know. But yeah, whatever that is, this is what's piquing my interest here. And that's what it allows them to really dig into. That's a giant Valakar. Steve, the giant Valakar. Looks like Luke got his ship out.
Anyway, that's our update on the planet tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx 1.
Got tentacles on his tentacles.
I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Literally.
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said hauling was gone. He doesn't even play the game.
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some...
Hold on. Hold it. Right there.
And there'll be...
Like, look at that. We're tractoring from one large wall, one might say a bulk freight elevator, onto the ship. This is what I've been looking forward to. But you'll notice a couple of things. Like, first off, station. We're outside. We got the eyeball. We don't have the armistice marker, though. So I'm wondering if that might be the solution. If they're going to de-armistice these areas. And if so, oh my God, the chaos that's going to happen here. This is going to be crazy. Right? This is what scooping was temporarily resolving. We're going to actually pull. Yeah, it's hydrogen he's moving. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This is exactly what I want. And this is definitely going to bleed into crafting, which I'm very excited about. But I mean, step one, let's talk about the hauling.
A few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the LEOs.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to.
Suit juice.
They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake Cutter myself. Between Stanton and Nix.
Just a Drake Cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake Cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast.
I like how they were saying that the contract giver may tip off pirates. I don't think that contract giver is going to have a lot of work for very long if that keeps happening. I don't know what it is. Every time I send out a hauler, they keep getting pirated. Very weird. No, don't go to my competitors. Stay here. Stay here.
All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Rockcracker.
Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock.
Really?
It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keegar Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
Why can't we have those? Maybe we'll get one with the
These
Astra.
are originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned, So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
I mean, I know we don't have official exploration missions, but this is what I use for my exploration mechanics.
Engine room.
I love discovering stuff.
Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
Crack those rocks, yo.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
Nice eyes.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
This part right here gives me like Deep Space Hathor vibes.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rockracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be a very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin, yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah, they've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground.
Populating these with new planets. I mean, we pretty much got the confirmation before, but that also feels like doubly confirmed. So no planets to start with, but that's fine. It's fine. We got Levski. We got the belt. Got some starter missions. We've got jump gates. What more do we need?
Base POIs, settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
right,
there.
sorry, Jared, we're
Star
skipping you.
system operations that'll be coming to the Nix system in the first half of next year, where you're going to fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. Ask Slarty if we can get some fjords to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks tied to the Nix system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with a Vandal, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vandal to Star Citizen, a cool Vandal knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's digital goodies pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. What's up?
Nope.
Good.
I'm very happy with this. I think they did a good job with this little bit here, but we're moving on.
Soul.
Sorry, Jared.
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
Talking Ship.
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
Yeah, the
eventually, man.
Eventually, the BMM. Enjoy playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously, a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
I do like the Wolf.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nix system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
I didn't expect them to tie the People's Alliance to
Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life. The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to sustain a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game. They're true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower.
Paladin's gorgeous.
High armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance.
Kind of a fire hazard, though. Only one exit.
You, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions. One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew
My guess, Mongoose, if they're going to nerf it, I mean, when they nerf
Paladin, you're all
it's probably going to be the weapons
nice
themselves, not the
so you can
size.
Really feel like
That's my guess.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the 2 connected.
I love that touch. That's such a cool touch.
Helps with the feeling that you're all working together.
It's all one team.
Communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory, ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks.
I want to say, so as a, like, very much military forward ship, right? Like, it's shooty forward. I love the fact that right next to the exit, the one exit, as I mentioned, they have the armory. Like, that is just perfection for me. I'm like on my way out, get my guns. When I come back in, put away my guns. You know, it's like they're right there ready to go, as opposed to a lot of the ships. Like, the armory will be on a completely separate floor from where you leave, and you have to, like, okay, go over here and then come down. It's like, no. We're filing out. Get your shit on the way out. You're good to go. Love that. Love it.
In this room,
everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very.
I don't think. No, take that back. Yes, 2 people should be able to handle all the guns. Pilot and co-pilot. Pilot would have the wing turrets locked forward. The co-pilot would have the turret. I believe you are correct. And then if we had the other 2, the wing turrets would be taken over by the 2 remote turret guys. So I believe you are correct.
Very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
I love that.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area.
There's the cargo bay.
Store actual SCU.
I haven't had a chance, but from what I've been told, it is a little. I was kind of wondering about this because I was thinking about this from the Apollo point of view. I heard it's kind of difficult to get the crates inside. We'll try that when it goes live, since I did end up picking up one. But yeah, I've heard it's a little difficult to get them in. Not like impossible, obviously, but a little more difficult than apparently it should be, is what I've heard.
Crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have
I'll get a Pico up there.
Dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding
that's always a detail,
classic
problem
to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the
trying to get stuff through the doors and it closes on you.
A really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup. So something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just
That's what I was honestly hoping from
The thing I like
engineering,
most, I think,
because
about
you're supposed to have door
Paladin
controls
is
on engineering, right?
That it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
One toilet, that's how you know people are bonding.
You like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold.
The team that craps together stays together.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
Yeah. That toilet bucket, man.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
I really want to try it out.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or, I guess, the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly.
Look at the UX for that thing, man. That's gorgeous.
Big guns and taking all the hits.
Good HUD. Purple. Sexy.
One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and
glad about that,
and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
Hold up. Watch up here. It looks kind of like I'm not sure if it's an artifact. I think it's actually kind of like writhing.
Thrusters in, it connects all.
Yeah, see, watch this part and then watch up here.
The kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from.
I'm hoping that's an effect and not just an artifact.
Currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's,
I love the rib cages, man.
Lots of
Such
organic detail,
gross and
rib
cool
cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much
that
like
always
being
makes me chuckle, man.
Inside the cockpit.
It does look cool.
The traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
The
very
little
happy with this thing.
ride.
I think the team have done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have...
It kind of reminds me of the mining ship in the Star Trek reboot. What was that, 2009, the Chris Pine one, the Kelvin universe one? Because it has like all these kind of like overweaving sort of curved metal, like almost like curved blades. I really dig that. It's like a layered effect that I really love. It's so aggressive and so simple, but it speaks very loudly.
The Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
I'm going to wear the Vandal space helmet when I get into it.
So
going for
Gray
full
Chowdhury
authentic.
got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
The Shiv. Okay, I will start with saying I bought one because I love how dumb it is, but it dumb. It's fun, but it dumb. It's so glued together, but I love that factor about it. I think it's great. I hope this is the beginning of a few more. This is something actually I'd talked about like about a half year ago, where I was thinking like it'd be really great if we could get modular ship components to assemble in some sort of way. Now this is obviously fixed, and I'm okay with this. Like if this is as far as it goes, this is as far as it goes in terms of like capability. But I like it seems realistic that you would end up with these sort of kit cars where you end up with, I like this, but what if I hot rodded these engines onto this little dude? I mean, this is exactly the direction this is going. I mean, the only thing is, yes, the bucket for your toilet, like that level of stuff. It's like, just because it's like hodgepodge doesn't mean that they, wouldn't, try to clean it up a little bit. But other than that, it's like my little gripe with Pyro, where it's like everything just looks like a hot mess. I don't see why everything would have to be a hot mess in Pyro for it to be a lawless area. But that being said, it's still fun. And so is this. I think this is a really cool ship. I'm looking forward to playing with it some more.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given
also,
free rein.
The freaking lights on this thing have a really cool green
the best
glow.
Of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a Cutlass visible there, but it's pretty clear. Had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside, where again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
Of course.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
He's going to toilet.
Yeah. Toilet.
Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just nothing. Just
no comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No.
Who's to
Are they
say?
operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it,
don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm. They
Notice
just want
they
something
chose
that's
pyro
unique.
for the background there.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year.
About that.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year, so we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Quite unique.
I'm talking about the new edition that come out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3
They are
new
pretty
weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in.
One thing I've noticed about weapons over the last year, and I think it's primarily because we've also introduced Volt, is we've gotten away, at least temporarily, from like the I don't know what you want to call it, because it's sci-fi, so it's, you know, it's fictional anyways, but like from the, I guess, more grounded weapons into some really creative stuff. Now, I'm really enjoying these. I love the fact that they're unique, they're interesting, they're fun to play with. But it is kind of interesting how they've had a slight shift. Now, admittedly, like there's only so many archetypes you can do before you're just kind of repeating the same gun over and over, right? You know, it's like 15 assault rifles. Well, they're just slightly different point values. So it's kind of nice to have some real diverse options in terms of what you're using, but it does feel a little less grounded, which isn't a complaint, as I'm saying. But it is an observation. It's interesting to me, at least.
Sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not
like,
go
I'm looking
off
forward
with
to
the
playing
energy
with this
shot.
guy.
And
This looks like a
that is
blast,
just like
literally.
a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. the LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal.
Yeah.
And the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together.
Oh, they're just like taped together
into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to
absolutely
be able to blow
no
up
reticle
ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Facts.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars? Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to Glintgate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
Very cool.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
It's a good retort.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
So one thing worth noting, specifically about talking ship. So last year we got the, what was it, like 9, 12, whatever, the ship previews that were supposed to come in this year. Now that was before, of course, they changed to it being the, year of performance. I don't remember what it was officially called, but, not working on ships specifically. And of course, we're going to miss a few of them. Like it looks like the Pioneer, for example, ain't going to be here in time. And, a few others probably. Ironclad, another example, which is fine. I don't mind that. Rather work than just crank them out the door. But that being said, it is notable because it was only a 2 hour, 15-minute video window. We don't have any previews for next year. I'm kind of okay with that because, if you can't commit to the ones you made because of, shifting priorities, I'd rather them, just get what you can out. And it's part of the whole surprise and delight. That's a very common phrase you'll hear when you're talking to game devs, surprise and delight. You want to be able to basically have things that they don't expect, and then those will make them happy. Man, I will be surprised and delighted with what ships I get because I don't know they're coming, but it does mean that we're going in without any idea outside of the previews from last year, what's coming up. So it is kind of interesting, but 2 hour window. Sorry, Jared.
Is an eclectic bunch of combat store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all 3, so you can fly.
They're out now, by the way. So if you have any of those, like if you had the Paladin from before, ready to go already, just make sure you copy over from the PTU, and at least yesterday, the copy over on the PTU was very delayed because so many people were doing it. So do expect a little bit of a slowdown there. But once it's there, you should be able to experience them currently if you've got them.
I'm now ahead of a release next week when I wonder if... All right, what else can I show? Desk mat things. These are always popular.
Yeah.
Or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium tee earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from packs to spaceship models from new RSI website as watch parties. Where there's these lovely Levski themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. Without, now I'm coming. Can we move? Hi. I took 3 of CIG Manchester office.
That is a pretty cool looking spot at the office.
Chris, over here, her here.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Here, that's really different. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today.
There you go. There's your Squadron 42 reference.
Marine armor. Yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. Shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this.
That's
Watch this.
gorgeous.
Pretty cool. I'm gonna go over here.
I missed this.
Can you see me? Hi, Mom.
Well done.
All right. So yeah, and let's see. What you have 20 to serve coffee. Well, frozen. Let us know. We have the list of competition winners.
Yeah, exactly. You specifically said you were going to talk about it, including not talking about it.
Can we put that on the screen? Here's the people made the names. We got pizza here.
My goodness, look at all that. Oh man,
what if
now
we
I want
just
pizza.
combine them into like a challenger situation here? I have now segue into.
Here we go. We got there. Crafting. Here we go. All hail the glory of crafting.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
The first version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort.
I'm going to look again before I make a
to
guess.
Experience the initial UI.
I think it's ones, but I want to look
gathering
again.
Materials have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
I'm looking forward to
For
that.
Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships.
Didn't mean to bump
we
that.
have gear. We have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them.
I'll admit, over the last year, waiting for this, which is not on them. I knew it wasn't coming yet, but my head's already there. I'm already living there. This has been a little bit of an impediment for me to get like deep diving into like long play sessions again. Like I still play it a lot, every time a new patch comes out, I'm playing it for at least a couple of weeks, etc. But I've really been waiting for crafting. Like that's the thing I really kind of want to build up on. I want to get resources so I can make stuff, so I can sell those things or start using them. Like that's the thing I'm so excited about. And so I'm really stoked that we're going to get something to play with pretty soon. But oh man, like my brain has been in anticipation mode for like the last year about this. I knew it wasn't going to be for a while, but my brain was there. I was living there. I'm living like 2 months, I guess, now in the future. But I'm so excited to be able to start playing with this. Can't wait for them to put sand in our sandbox. Player-driven econ especially. Yep, player-driven econ. I mean, like a lot of this stuff, kind of going back to the whole metaphor from the beginning, like the player-driven economy, that's a second, third floor item. And this right here is going to be part of the first floor to be able to build that on. I'm really excited about this. I hope they add in tuning as well, where we use tools to adjust things to tune them the way we want. That's the part I'm actually going to be listening for this time, because I think the tuning, at least initially, is going to be in terms of the tiering. So like how you improve the tier of the crafting, but specifically, I don't think the tiering is going to be in the tech preview, but I'm trying to fully remember. And that's what I'm going to be listening for on this, is like, what are we getting in terms of that progression? We know it's going to be armor. We know it's going to be weapons. But do we get any sort of tier progression on that initially?
Quality matters.
Quality. That was the other part. Yeah. They did mention quality, which is why in my head, like I am remembering something about tiering, because they did mention quality. That's the part I'm kind of listening for this time around.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
There you go. Okay, so there is an influence on the stats. Still haven't heard anything about whether we're going to get to the ability to do tier 1 through 5 like they were talking about. Or was it? Yeah, tier 1 through 3 and then 1 through 5 for ships. We'll find out.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire.
Yeah, I wanted to look at this. This is the other reason I wanted to do this, is just so I could literally pause and look at their dev menu for this. Okay, so you got a resource container, inspector, creator, quality, okay. Query range, entity filters, harvestable, trophy, Valakar, adult fang, irradiated, okay. Mutability level, read only, blah, blah, blah. Is value state initialized, yes. Capacity, 1000 micro SU. Okay, so this is just literally describing the entity itself, okay.
And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal.
Here we go. Okay, I wanted to see this. So crafting, we got linked mode. Link to base building interactables, FPS, crate. Okay, machine in, blueprint, fetch blueprint library, add blueprint, owned blueprints. Okay, so this looks like it's a single SCU crate. This looks single SCU to me. Matter of fact, yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of blurry, but it doesn't look like two numbers. So I think this is a single SCU. I don't think it's an 8. It's definitely not too wide. So I think it's a 1. I think that's a 1 SCU. All right, hold on there. Talking crafting benches being crafting right, because some of the old packages included work benches. I could not say on that one. I mean, it could be that they're one and the same. It could end up that they become one and the same, but do not know for a fact. All I know is what's displayed here, and anything else would literally be a guess on my part.
Items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together.
All right, so we've got linked mode, base building interactables, FPS crafting bench templates. Okay, machine inspector, blueprint library, blueprint visualizer, recipe emulator. Okay, he has cheat mode on. Emulating recipe from blueprint, BCP 22C5 heavy helmet. Okay, so he's making a heavy helmet. Material storage, suitable for selected cost. Okay, so it shows the list of things that you can pick from. admittedly, it looks like he can just kind of pull them out of the ether because it's, the cheat mode. Okay. Costs. Adult Valakar Fang for this one, at least. Assigned materials. Harvestable trophy. Adult Valakar Fang. Included in result composition. Gameplay property modifiers. Combat heavy helmet. Damage mitigation. Okay, so this one has a benefit of damage mitigation in this combo here. Final time to create 10 seconds. So at least in terms of the scope they're showing on this, which doesn't mean, of course, that's what we're going to get in tech preview. It looks like the crafting times for at least like helmets looks like it's pretty quick. It's not like, hours, walk away, etc. Maybe it won't be the same. The label has it as a hanger decoration, so maybe not. What I was asking about is size-wise is how big you think that actual crafter is. Oh, you talking this thing? Like in terms of like SCU for the size of this thing? Oh man, if it's 2 crates for that wide, I'd probably say it's maybe 3x2. Maybe 3x2x2. So that would be 12 SCU in terms of like actual volume space. Just a guess, but that would be my guess. I'm thinking it's 3 wide, 2 deep, and maybe about 1.5 high, but they'll probably block it as 2 high. So that's my guess. Like in terms of placement. You thinking for like if you put it on a ship of your own? Think of 12 or 16? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 3x2x2 would be my guess. About 12 SCU total. That's my guess.
Together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon with the UI letting you...
Oh, hold on. I want to see that last little bit there.
Be pretty much what we showed in last.
Okay, so it looks like test fang, it's like 2 from 2. So it looks like aluminum and adult Valakar Fang. And I'm guessing maybe the Fang is probably where it gets the damage mitigation. I'm literally talking out of my ass here, but that'd be my guess.
Here's CitizenCon with the UI.
And then looks like we're selecting aluminum.
Letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see.
They did mention, or they're about to mention that, yeah, it's also, you're supposed to be able to put this on a ship if you want to. So yeah, I imagine it's probably cargo, like lockable, like put it in your cargo area and it'll snap in. That'd be my guess.
On the preview, you'll be able to click to craft and it'll get queued up and your result will be produced sometime later.
Oh, and it should be mentioned because they did say, this is last year, but I don't think this part would have changed. They did say there'd be multiple sized crafting benches. So this is probably the one we're going to get with tech preview, but eventually when we get into like larger things, like let's say if we're building ship components, maybe you need a bigger one. So there's going to be probably multiple sizes, I would imagine. This is just the one we're going to be living with during tech preview and probably tier 1 or whatever they're going to call it when it launches.
You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator.
I mean, that looks pretty
in your
snapped in.
Personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Eventually, it might be able to make size 2 components, but they did say that the initial launch is just going to be FPS, so it's going to be armor and weapons only initially.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item.
Size-wise? Yeah, no, I'd agree with that.
You've got the blueprint for, so it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops.
That's what excites me,
You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe your gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances.
Dude, that looks badass.
Environmental effects.
Honestly, one of the things I would love for them to be able to do, like not even a damage thing, like being able to just go, look, if I combine these, it's going to look this way. Like give me the equivalent of like paints, like if I choose XYZ, it's going to look this way and it's going to look fucking awesome. Like that, I'd be happy with that too. Bonus points if it had, different effects, etc. What am I watching? This is the CitizenCon video from yesterday. So we're doing a breakdown of it before we dig into Hollow Knight. All this crafting stuff looks sweet. Do you think it'll help create more of an endgame economy of very rare materials? Part of that, yeah. So the big thing that this is going to be doing is really it's part of the core contribution towards the in-game like player economy is the way I kind of read most of this. We have technically somewhat of a player economy, but it's mostly just, you know, distributing and selling stuff you collect. This is going to open up the ability for you to open up shops, which they have ships that are already planned to have like shop integration, such as everybody's favorite, the Banu Merchantman. So you'll be able to actually open up stalls, sell stuff, you know, literally have a mall effectively. And one of the biggest things that's kind of stopping it is right now, the only thing that you can really sell is that which you collect. So it's like classic MMO economy where it's like, I go into a dungeon, I get all this stuff, I take it out, and if people want it, I could sell it to them. Cool. End of game. But this is going to open up the ability to actually be like, oh, but if you buy guns from me, they're, you know, able to shoot faster or, you know, reload faster, you know, it'll have a purpose. It'll be a good reason for you to want to work with the players as opposed to just going to, you know, the landing zone and buying a gun from like Dumper's Depot or something like that. So this is going to really help with just the overall player economy, but mega benefit is that they have a tier ranking. This hasn't been described in here, so it may not be part of the initial launch. But last year's description, they have the ability to make multiple tiers of weapons. So you're going to start off with, you know, tier 1. You can do up to, this is the part I'm trying to remember. Tier 3, I think, is for armors and weapons, and tier 5 is for ships, if I remember correctly. You'll be able to do up to like a tier 3, or is it tier 5 for those and then tier 10 for ships? That's the thing I'm trying to remember. But you think we'll be able to tweak guns we bought? I wonder. I don't know. That I'm guessing probably not initially, but like in the general sense, I don't know. I'm kind of curious about that. There was no tier. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I'm like, I don't want to say it and then be like, you know, it turns out there was much bigger. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, it's tier 3 then. Tier 3 for weapons and armor, tier 5 for ships. But yeah, being able to do those different tiers, we'll have multiple branches of where it could be like a gun, you know, is it like they were talking about, you know, is it quicker reload? Does it shoot faster? Does it do more damage? So you have those branches, but then you have the tier qualities on top of that. Like how much does it do X, Y, and Z better? And that is going to open the door to a lot of player based economy. And I'm so excited about that because honestly, I want to be a shipbuilder. That's like what the shtick I'm really excited about doing. And I'm really revved about that. This is obviously not going to have ships in it initially, but you got to start somewhere to get somewhere. So I'm very excited about seeing this come out the door. And of course, I'll be building weapons and armor because I can build. Oh, I'm so excited. This is something I've been stoked about.
Or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the
It's our intention. So that is not a commitment. It is their intention. This is what they want to do. We'll see what happens. I'm just putting that out there because we get very excited about things coming out. And then we're like, but you promised. It's their intention. They want to. It doesn't mean it will.
testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
It's a good safety on his part.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other, it's really about unlocking developers' ability.
So I've been thinking about that one specifically. Like one thing that would be really kind of interesting in terms of a use for instancing that would be for a PvP sort of point of view. Imagine, so you know how we have racing. Honestly, I haven't heard much about racing since it came in. When was that? Like 3.19, 3.18? Like it exists. I don't even know if it's still like, do the racing contracts still exist? Anyways, that's a whole other thing. Imagine we get to a point where we get a quasi-lawless star system, like Pyro, but like I'm thinking something that might have like it's really more just rocks, like kind of imagine like Grim Hex except as a whole star system, like just asteroids and shit. Now imagine like they have like a freaking Death Race 2000 sort of a thing, right? Like imagine being able, Daymar is actually a perfect example. That's kind of the route I'm thinking. Like imagine being able to like go to a racetrack, sort of a space coliseum, and participating in like a death race or something in your ship. Like you can just do like a rally where it's like, dude, guns are okay. Taking out the competition, perfectly reasonable. But the thing is, the race is the thing. And then, you know, some jerks come in and like, screw your race, blow it all up. And it's like, hey, that's legit. You know, that's emergent gameplay. Blow them up, whatever. But like in terms of the people that are like, dude, I get it. Killing is fine. But we wanted to kill each other in this race. Like, I think that's the kind of thing. Daymar is going to be a good example. Like if you do Daymar rally as a instance, it perfectly makes sense. Like people in there can, you know, blow each other up. You know, it's part of the mechanics, part of the system, expected. But that being said, it's like, you didn't sign up for this. We would like to enjoy our experience. And that's where I think the instancing kind of comes in pretty well in a PvP sort of manner. Like it's very easy to think of instancing in terms of PvE. It protects the story. It allows you to experience, you know, the beginning, middle, and end of it. And then once you leave there, boom, you're back into getting your ass blown off. But like there are some scenarios I could see where PvP could also benefit from it. They already do this for Daymar. They use private servers and they hire orgs to guard it. Well, that's the thing. They don't use private servers. What they do is they get everyone into a group and they take over a server. So it becomes private only by proxy. It's still a public server. And that's the reason that they have to have the guards is people can still occasionally leak into those guys. And that's where you wouldn't even need to have that. You just like, this is the Daymar rally instance and everyone just hops into that and it'll have all the mechanics already built in. I think there's definitely some really good mileage that they can do for this. That'll really kind of help out in that way. I'm very excited to kind of see where they go with this, but it's just the beginning. Like this is actually something that they were planning to put in 4.3.0 and then 4.3.1 and then 4.3.2 and now it's 2026. So obviously they've run into some things that they've got to figure out about it. And when it comes in, yay, all on board. But yeah, it's obviously been a little trickier than originally thought, but that's always the way when it comes to scalable stuff.
Ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute.
I like those two routes. This was something that you were bringing up yesterday, Mongoose. They have two ways to join for instances. Oh, well, at least in the current plan. Like, it doesn't mean that's the way it's going to end up, but that's the way they're currently looking at it. One is that you can join it with your party. So maybe it's, you all get the same mission. So when you go there, boom, you're guaranteed the same spot. It might even be a little bit more mechanically oriented where it's like, okay, you take, your party's going over there. Do you want to join them? Click. And that way, when you jump there or go through the elevator, it'll know where to take you. Also sounds like open slots. This sounds more like match made, waiting room type stuff. Lobby type stuff where it's like, we're in this thing. We've got 2 slots available. Who wants to join us? That might honestly be why it's taking a little time, because it's very easy. Imagine someone coming in, like, just wanting to wreck things. You're like, oh, I'll join your group, and then, destroy it all. I don't know. They're like, who knows what the reason is? They haven't said. That's fine. But there's some interesting things they can do there. But I like the fact that it's not just, look, there's only one way to join. You gotta be with us. You gotta have the same mission. It's like, it sounds like they're trying to think about ways to make this a little bit more variable, a little more broad. I like that. More like Arena Commander. Yeah, that's kind of that way. I have a feeling they're going to try to make it a little more transparent. So it's not like you're literally waiting at a menu going, oh boy, I can't wait to do it. It sounds like they want to make it pretty seamless. Like, maybe you'll have to join a party, or maybe there'll be another party concept for slots where it's like, join this, lack of a better word, join this instance, and then you select it. And then when you get in the elevator, when you come out, you're in the instance, as opposed to, in the current server for that location. Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, there's enough possibility there. I'm literally just guessing, but all those speculations could be completely off on top of that, because there's a lot of ways that this could be solved. I'm very curious how they're going to do it.
Power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Good old Siege of Orison.
Siege of Orison was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands.
I remember correctly when Marty
this
first
was a high-paced, high-intensity event.
That was when they brought it back and it kind of
struggled a little bit
imploded
from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing,
that's a good question. Problem though is, what if someone shows up late? Like, it can be very easy for them to just allow people to join later. Most modern dungeon systems do allow people to join after an instance has been started. It really all kind of comes down to how they decide to do it, because there's also a secondary follow-up to that, which is, if you join later, do you have a mechanism to catch up with them automatically, or do you have to run through the back part of whatever they're doing? Like, imagine the Onyx facility as one of the instances, because that was apparently one of the original plans, was Onyx was going to be instanced. If you decided to join a friend after they were halfway through Onyx, does that mean that you then have to go down and solo run the whole thing, which, isn't impossible? I've usually run that thing solo myself, but it's not just to catch, run over and catch up. It's like, okay, hold on guys, it's going to be a little bit, I got to gun through the respawns, etc. Like, do you have to do that? Or will there be a way to take like an elevator at certain checkpoints as you pass? Cause we have all those elevators that go up. What if one of them allows you to go down to the last one that they pass, so you can, kind of shortcut a little bit to catch up with them? Like, there's lots of questions in that. And that's part of what I'm curious about. It's like, there's so many ways that this can be implemented that anything I would say is going to be pure guesswork. Can they do it? Absolutely. Should they do it? I totally think they should. How do they do it? That's the big question mark for me. I wouldn't say you should have to kill all the respawns. I think whatever is dead should be dead. That's another part. Like, do they respawn? Like, because Onyx does respawn, but currently it's not an instance. If they do make it an instance, would they stop the respawning, or would it continue to respawn? Like, these are all like, there's so many variables about what the designers are going to consider the experience they want for this instance. Because some designers I know would be like, this is about the kill cycle. Like, there's no realistic reason why they would go, oh, these guys died, we're not going to send any more, we're good. It'd be like, well, according to the narrative, they're going to be like, send reinforcements, and well, you happen to go through them. But likewise, in terms of the game, the player experience, it's like, that's going to be a hassle for them to get through, and that might diminish the fun of the experience. Like, it all depends on how they decide to design it, and there's so many ways that could go. If it's an instance, there's really no reason for a respawn. It could, might not. I literally don't even have a definitive yay or nay on that one. I could see both directions on that one, but it all comes down to how they decide to design it.
It gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing. And
is it weird to anyone else to watch Elliot not be enjoyably snarky throughout the entirety of this presentation? I could tell. I feel like he's like biting his tongue. He's like, oh, I want to make a joke. I want to crack some snark, but yeah, he doesn't get to. It's just a weird side of Elliot I've never seen before.
Building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control.
I am looking forward to going back to Orison. So in our current thinking,
Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic whose sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Yeah, to your point, guess another way is they could put dynamic enemies. Yeah, scaling enemies based on the number of players. That's exactly what I'm kind of hoping for, because it makes it so that you can really make something challenging. Because to make it challenging for a solo player, it's not as challenging for, say, 6 to 15 people. But if you put enough people to really genuinely challenge like 15 players, that is a slog for a single player. Isn't to say that you couldn't. We've seen it before. We've seen people solo Siege of Orison before, but also because of that, it's not really as much of a challenge for like 15, 20, 30 players. It's just a matter of scale. So being able to scale stuff in an instance is great. And I kind of hope that they do that, but that does kind of come back to, it depends on what their design ethic is on it. They could, I think they should, but maybe they won't. Maybe they won't for the first tier also. Maybe it'll just be, a flat number for first tier, and they'll consider doing dynamic stuff for a future tier. It's like one guy wouldn't be as much of a threat versus 6. Exactly. Yeah. Dynamic spawning for dungeons is really, really common for like player scale. But yeah, I'd love to see that in action. But yeah, first let's just get the instancing in there. But I thoroughly agree with that.
Yes. And while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Origin, and more will reveal next year, will continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx, there's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
I'm looking forward to this.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see Night 18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just
amongst other things.
You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more.
It looks like, at least from the couple of example concept art pieces they were showing, that the pieces or the different tasks, for lack of a better term, you'd be doing would probably be with tools that we've already got. I mean, that's the benefit of a multi-tool. It's a tool for everything. But yeah, it looks like it, from what I could gather, there's some salvage involved, in inverse salvage, basically, like repairing pipes, clearing out gunk, very much sewage work.
Exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles.
And you can see that both of those they had multi-tools in hand.
Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas.
There's gunk probably need mining tool for.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
All right, Jared, what do you got for us?
One of the ways in which we're allowed to experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is
I will say that the moment that there were a few people on Twitter that were noticing there was some testing going on. They're like, "Oh, this is going to go bad real quick." I'm glad that they realized that before putting it up. It was going to go really bad.
it called now? Let's not wearing my glasses. Oh, no, bagpipes. Bye, Jared. Playing for almost a day. Photos from live. Jeez, somebody created Sean Tracy actions we're seeing on our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today. I did want to talk a little bit about big CitizenCon versus digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, "Hey, you want to be on video?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like, "It's in your contract." And they're like, "Oh, yeah." So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that.
We're going to skip this part.
The live one?
But if you want to see it, it's up on the live stream.
The sentence.
Individual.
Come on.
Again, sorry,
So for
Jared.
those of you, I'm eternally grateful for all the SCL CitizenCon, and on behalf of the community, if I can speak for the year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? Before we do that, it wouldn't be, we start a roadmap himself to go to our last, let's just throw.
Ah, yes. Road to 1.0 Revisited.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, They've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm gonna stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operated and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering.
All right, so that, just to be clear, radar and scanning, FPS, new quantum, engineering, like, these are things being actively worked on, because I know that's come up quite a few times. They didn't mention it. Did they stop working on it? No, it's still being worked on. It's just taken a while, and they aren't ready to show anything off. Good to know. I mean, honestly, that happens all the time in development, but it's nice to be explicit, you know?
And crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm gonna say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this.
I always love the term diegetic.
But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now obviously you get to interact with them through your actions, you get to go and do their mission and you get to move that along and then they talk to you again, but it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story.
What's funny is when I was talking about this way towards the beginning, how I started in 3.17. I played enough that I was getting to the point where I was actually getting introductions to the mission givers, where I had to go talk to Eckert. What was her name? The lady in, I think it was Area 18. She had a nickname that was very familiar to me. But anyways, yeah, I got a couple of mission givers. I was very excited about this. Started talking to them. Then 3.18 dropped, and 3.18 I wasn't able to play because of the whole persistence issue. But when I finally came back around 3.20 or so, like from then on out, I hadn't been able to really interact with them because by the time I got high enough in rep, they had taken them out. And I was like, dang it, I really wanted to get to know them. So I'm kind of looking forward to mission givers coming back. I really want to check that out. I want to experience that. Very excited about that.
That players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life. And as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, to have cinematic stories in the game. And that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult.
It's actually a vertical list instead of a wheel.
Why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made. But rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards. And that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
I'm remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk a bit about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand.
That's a good idea. Didn't even occur to me, and I didn't catch that yesterday. The new player experience should totally start off instanced. Absolutely. Give them a place, a little safe playground to figure out how the game works. Like imagine going from waking up to the station. If that was all instanced, like you'd have a lot of safety buffer. If you die, they'd be able to control the regen process. And you'd have a lot more room to be able to figure things out. And, if someone had a bug up their butt that day and decided to like grief New Babbage while you're learning how to play in New Babbage, it wouldn't affect this person. And of course, ruin their first experience playing the game. It gives them a nice zone to figure things out. But then like the moment that they take their elevator up to the ASOP terminals at Port Tressler, like that could be the point where it transitions, you're in the game. So from like wake up to elevator on Tressler would be a nice little safe area, an instanced area to figure things out. That's a good idea, at least in my opinion. I think that's a really smart move. Put the new player experience into one of these instances. That might be going back to the whole building the house thing. Instancing might be the first floor item so we can get to the second floor item of the new player experience. Because, we haven't really touched that in a while. We haven't touched it at all as far as I know in Pyro. Pyro doesn't have a new player experience, right? Just Stanton. But in theory, down the road, someone might want to start in Pyro. But man, what a place to learn how to play, right? Imagine trying to, well, number one, where would you go? Like once you leave the station, are you going to go to another station? That's a lot of room for piracy potentially. And maybe in the new player experience, if it's in an instance, they can have a controlled, quantum drop. So like a Pyro new player gets dropped, but in a control way, and they learn how to do their basic dogfighting, and they can control like these are newbie NPCs. But then of course, once you get out, it's like, okay, back to smacking people down. I can't believe I hadn't even thought of that. That makes absolute sense to me.
How to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to. And you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an...
Okay, that actually does make sense as well. That's what happens in Destiny. When you go to the tower, which is the social center, they basically, I think it has a tower limit of about 100 people per instance. Nah, it's got to be less. Irrelevant. Anyways, X number. And they've got multiple copies of the tower. And the only time it really matters where you are is whether you're, in the same instance with your friends, at which point, go join them. You'll go into their instance. That might be a big part of it, too, just so that, like, let's say there's a mission giver in the bar on Levski. Well, there's one server or one DGS holding the bar on Levski. But that means that if 30 people are doing that same thing, you've got a packed bar of people waiting in line to go talk to this mission giver. So if you could instance it, it's going to make it feel more like an actual bar where, it's not completely packed with people waiting their turn to talk to the person you're talking to, which might kind of spoil like that narrative feel. So I could see that. That's another valid point for it.
Instance, it's not going to get a loading screen. You would just seamlessly walk into that location. It would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships.
This is kind of that thing I was talking about like long ass time ago when we were talking about that line where it's like everything has to have kind of a purpose on that spectrum, where it's like, this is almost nothing of something. This is, a lot of something, whether it's weapons, a certain industry type, armor, etc. Like that's kind of what he's digging into here. He's talking about the fact that like putting a ship in, it needs to have a unique place in the universe. Otherwise it's literally just a duplicate, which means it's effectively, not exactly, but effectively wasted time, because having another ship that cost, artistry, cost more programming, like it's time they could have spent on something else. So everything needs to have its place. And I like the fact Rich is kind of bringing that up right now. Right now, refuelers really have no place right now. Exactly. That's kind of what he's talking about, is like they need a place. Like they don't want to add more ships that are like the refuelers. They don't want to add more ships that are like the Herald. Like the Herald can't do anything really other than, be really fast. So yeah, I like the fact that he's really kind of drilling into the fact that ships need to have a purpose. Yeah, exactly. That 100% agree. They have zero purpose right now. Well, they have a minimal purpose. Like you can refuel, but like, why? Like, what's the motivation? What you're going to just hang out and be like, hey, come on over. I've got gas. There's no, missions for it. You have to hope that people are willing to come over and get gas from you. Like, yeah, right now it's a pointless ship. And that's what he's trying to avoid for future stuff. Well, they were going to have a purpose, but then they shortened the distance in Pyro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, there's going to be, there's still a purpose in Pyro. I've definitely had points where I'm like, I have to backspace because I can't get home. But yeah, no, it's dramatically reduced its purpose 100%. And even then, like there should be missions for it. Like it's a type of industry, and it's not there. And that's what he's talking about. Because since Rich has come on board, like every time they put a ship out, like there's a reason for it. Like it may not be all the reasons we wanted for it. Take a look at the Apollo. We don't have the drone, the Medi drone, and that was a big thing. But like we did the rework on on med beds when the Apollo came out. We've got rework on salvage as we head towards crafting. Like all these things are like being considered, at least now. Maybe not back then, but they're at least being considered now, and I appreciate that. I thought of several reasons for the fuelers once they get bases built. Yeah, I think there's going to be some future uses for sure. But yeah, I'm a fan of the fact that anything they're putting out now, they're putting it out with a point, with a purpose. Part of that spectrum I was talking about.
We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely
Refueling
aware
generators?
of. We
Makes
want to make
sense.
sure that we're building that spectrum of content to
Spectrum.
allow players
There
to
you
go
go.
and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for
speaking
combat
of refueling
ships,
other ships,
the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating. So we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Sounds about right. June-ish.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive,
love that
you will
shark
have this
paint.
big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this base where you will find three big arms. You will see at the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
Bunch of jerks.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
Go Burr, blow them up.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
Right? Paladins will be great for that.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
I like that idea.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage
Capital
your
ships
bigger
can't
ship.
be the answer for everything. Just most things.
So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own
Furies would
shields
be
that are
fun.
resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
My attritions, no!
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
I mean, complete with the sphere in the middle, it definitely gives me Return of the Jedi vibes.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out.
100% Star Wars. And that's what got me
There's
into
3
ships
arms to the
anyways.
station that have these trenches. You'll fly into
X-Wing
one,
was
and
my
then there'll be
first
a core
space
in the center,
simulator.
and then you'll move out another trench.
You're
Almost
either
immediately
gonna do
followed
it
by a wing
multiple
commander.
times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
Oh, I just caught that this time. That was an R2
So
sound.
once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and
I
just
do like
takes
it
a
when their
whole lot of damage.
cinematics team, their marketing team plays with some tropes.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get
Here we
our
go.
new feature in. Ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Very excited about that.
You're going to be able to
Bar is low,
land in
but
a
I'm
hangar
happy.
of select ships
No, that's
and be
freaking
able
awesome.
to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to
would
have
imagine the
other ships
Carrack, too.
land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are
I
protecting
have
the
missed
Idris, what's happening at
having
the
some
station?
big dog
well,
fights
that's where
this
the
year.
dropships come in.
Now you've got to take
I look forward to
a
this.
fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
Yeah, look at that spin.
After you've opened the doors
love
and
doing
that
stuff like
person's
that.
taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So
It
at
does
this
look
point,
cool,
All
man.
this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
Yeah, that's the Pally fighting.
So
Look at
up
that
until
thing.
this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
Vanduul.
The Vanduul neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
Hell yeah.
When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
Phrasing. God, look at that. Ah, so good. I don't know if I'd want to bring the stinger. I don't think people will be processing name tags. Look, it's a vandal. Shoot it. No, I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions to the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups.
I'm pretty
They're
excited.
going to be fantastic.
All right, Jared.
It's been a long road for the last mini ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. Real called dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that direct glimpse, it's spoiling everything. That's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
Near future. I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build the game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you. And
I will say, I have a lot of friends from the places I've worked over the years, and bringing up LinkedIn right now. There's so many of them looking for work right now. It's the game industry the tech industry in general has just been rough lately, but the game industry especially, I'm constantly seeing, got laid off looking for a new job. And then, I got one. And then about 3 months later, they folded and laid me off. I'm looking for a job again. It has been really rough out there. So I'm glad they're still going. I know we're basically funding them, but it's a rough time out there, so I'm glad they're able to work on something just separate from that. Let's see. Have you seen where it showed them loading up the NPCs? I saw them bring the Paladin in. I'm presuming that's a player, but I couldn't say for sure. I don't think that they were as explicit as they could have been on that. Oh, thanks for the compliment there, Chewy. Much appreciated. I've had a great time with the rewatch so far. This is gonna lead to a drop-off mission then, or do I storm? I'm wondering if you take him to like the carrier, if that's like the last step, like bring him over to the Idris and then off you go, something like that. I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe you take him to Levski. I don't know.
Look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
I was literally like a second away. I'll see you in the verse. CitizenCon Direct Gold Edition for kids. Well, I guess that's the entirety of it. I hope that was useful. You know, a lot of what I had to offer was just from my personal experience. It's not like I have any direct connection with anybody there, but I mean, a lot of it is pretty, a lot of the stuff I was commenting on is based off of pretty common, you know, dev processes and loops. So I hope that gave you guys some context on some of the stuff they were talking about to kind of inform like what you guys are going to remember, what you guys will be imagining as this stuff moves forward, and maybe even help with tempering expectations. Watched it live and sort of rewatched it in the background, but I liked your feedback. Well, I appreciate it, man. I was very happy to have done that. Yesterday as I was watching, I'm like, I really feel like it might be kind of nice to do a full walkthrough.
Hello and welcome to some more.
Oh, that's Board Gamer. Good old Board Gamer. He's a good guy. I watch him. He's a hoot. But yeah, hopefully that was useful stuff for you guys. Let's see. Oh yeah, because if the NPCs get on our actual ships, that'll be a first and might be the start of possibly a type of taxi. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of things that could open up from doing that. I'm really kind of hoping to see some of that stuff, you know, going. I'd be all on board with that, man. But we'll see what they plan. We got for the near future. We got Nyx. We got some missions coming with Nyx. We've got crafting towards the end of the year. Got a lot of fun stuff, and of course we've got IAE next month. For you that had a good time over on either of the channels, if you enjoyed yourself, please feel free to drop a either a follow if you're over here on Twitch, if you're over here on YouTube, subscribe, a like, all those things really kind of help grow. I do play Star Citizen, but amongst other games as well. Speaking of which, I'm going to be taking a break for a couple minutes and then I'll be back and we're going to be hopping into Hollow Knight, kicking some booty in there, hopefully completing it. But oh man, I was very chatty. It's 7:30 my time. We started at 3. That means it took me 4.5 hours to go through like a 2-hour, 15-minute video because I talk too much. But I hope it was useful talk. I hope you enjoyed yourself. But yeah, I'll be right back. We're going to then flip things around and kick some ass in Hollow Knight. Well, let's be honest. I'm going to get my ass kicked in Hollow Knight. We know how this works. We've been playing this quite a while. This is actually the 9th day of my run, but this should be the end. Hopefully, probably, possibly. And thanks for Mongoose putting it in chat. !Discord brings up our community on Discord. If you enjoyed yourself and you want to hang out there, if you're looking for people to talk about Star Citizen with, talk about video games, pop culture, movies, what you're cooking tonight for dinner, feel free to hang out there. Had a lot of fun over there. Great recap. Asked a lot of questions. So not all on you. No, I was happy to answer that which I could. And again, I don't work for them, so I'm just giving what I'm aware of from my time in the industry, not necessarily what they're officially gonna do. We'll find that out together in the future as time progresses. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. I'm back. I am back. It is time to get my ass handed to me. I'm going to call it defeating Hollow Knight, but let's be honest. Hollow Knight's going to probably defeat me. Let's see what happens. First off, we need some music. So we're going to pause that, bring up, the dramatic music. How many hours are we in? 27 hours over in the Queen's Gardens. The Queen's Gardens. All right. So I believe we have, we got all our Hollow Knight skulls. And let's see if I remember correctly. I wanted to go one spot. I'm gonna try to get to that upper left corner. And then we'll head out. I don't know if I'm gonna do the boss. We were looking at that little side boss first. Whoop. Oops. Hi guys. Don't you dare. You jerks. You're all jerks. What? Aren't you dead? Oh, that was the other guy I killed. Oh, okay. Man, there's just so much. Like, I'm leaving. I don't care about you. I'm leaving. All right, so I want to go up and over to where that, like, sleeping looking thingy is. Oh, shit. How did I... Right. Oh, right. So when I play Destiny, see these two paddles right there? They're basically left and right on my D-pad, which, let me tell you, not the best thing to do right now. So I'm taking them off. Like, why am I lunging? Hey, you. Hey, none of that. There we go. Okay. Give me some juice back, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh, that could have gone so south. It's been too long since I've played this. By too long, I mean like literally like 2 days, I think. Oh, bitch. Ow. Man, that was a choke. That was a choke. Man, how far over do I have to go? Oh, I skipped it. All right, you know what? Screw it. I don't need you. I never needed you. Whoop. Okay, maybe I needed you. There we go. Okay, we are over here. Got it. Oh, I remember this part. Down, 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 down. Where am I? I am there. Got it. Okay. You are here. Like, I just want to discover things on the way, you know? Over there, because that's acid. Can't go through the acid. I don't have the acid, anti-acid. Oh, that's right. What's up, guys? Hope you're doing great. Keep on dutifully worshiping. You're doing so well. All right. Now, what I was thinking about... First off, Queen Station. That's above, right? That's above, yeah. There we go. hold on. That sounds like the mushroom guy. Aren't you, mushroom guy? Are you down here? Nope, not down there. Hold on, I gotta find mushroom guy because he's fascinating me. Uh-oh, I know you. Yeah. Ow! No! You bastard. Now I gotta start all the way back there, don't I? Yep, this is why I can't have nice things. I shouldn't have been so impatient. I should have healed myself. There's a lot of things I should have done. All right, pal. Look, buddy. There. Nope, not even. Oof. Hey, look, we're not gonna be super conservative there. We're gonna grab everything we can. That's fine. I got enough juice. Oh, what was that? I don't even know. Wow, that was just a weird ass move on my part. Hey, pal. Bye. I don't have time for you. We gotta go. Well, I mean, that works too. Not what I planned, but it does work. All right, back to here. Ah. What the hell? Okay. Then straight through here. This looks eerily familiar. It's like I've been here recently. I'm over, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're not going to get tempted this time. We're here. I know you're going to blast me, right? Whoosh. Come over, bud. Yeah. Thanks, bud. Sorry about deflating you. Much apology. Oh, that's all right. I can. Oh, I don't have enough juice. Okay, that's not all right. Stop it with your gassiness. You. Sheer principle. Only hops. Only hops. Okay, where are we now? Okay, we're almost there. Oh, gassy man. There we go. Woo, stag. All right. Down here. Flop. Beautiful. All right. Now, let's see. I think it's off the Royal Waterways. Yeah, I think it's that little wet spot on the right-hand side there. Yeah. So the closest would be King's Station. One of us? That's what it sounds like to me. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Someone's grunting.
Yeah, that stag, man. He gets real grunty. Mr. Gruntle Stiltskin. All right. No. I don't have time for you. You're being silly. I hate saying this, but that was great coverage. The Star Citizen video. Oh, thanks, man. Much appreciated. Come here, you. Yeah, it was fun to do kind of a breakdown. Oh. That one has flowers. Can I go in there? Nope. Okay. It'd be cool if I could. I'd be down. I wonder what's in there. Mystical, magical shit. Oh, you. I hate you. I hate you so much. I'm leaving. I'm done with you. It's time to say hi to the Dung Defender. Again? Maybe? You back here? Come on, bud. You should say hi. Yeah, we're out. We're done. We don't have time for that guy's malarkey. Like, I got shit to do. I got people to destroy. Or to be destroyed by, at the very least. All right. Okay, we're going down. Oh, do I have to go through? I bet I have to go through the zigzag of worms again. I bet. Oh, no. Well, that worked out. This way? Yeah, go this way. Oh, the breakdancing guys. They're crazy. You guys are zany with your breakdancing. Still going the right way, right? Yeah, I'm going the right way. Sorry. I'll pay for that later. Down, right? Yeah, down. Right? Yeah, I can't break it. Going down. Can I go this way? Nope. Feels nice to kill them. Come here, you! Breakdance! You too! Alright, let's see. We're going down. Oh no. You guys. Oh! Wow, those are easier than the last time I was here. I remember having to whack those guys like 3 or 4 times. That was the worst. My bad. Come here, you. Yeah, you're getting breakdanced. Over here. Okay. Oh yeah, that was the hint. I remember that. Whoosh! Oh no! Oh. Okay. Maybe it wasn't over there. Where was it? Maybe it's this way. Nope. Hold on. We go this way again. Why would I go down here though? I don't know. Dude, I have no idea. Right. Hold on. Was it up and around? One sec. I hear them. They're coming closer. All right, you little bastard. Ah, okay. Okay. I think I get it. I had to look this one up because I'm just like, dude, we are so close. I had to zip through there. Oh. Oh ho ho. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh shh. Oh, I hear the pumpies. Come here, you. I'm gonna whack you so hard. Yeah, come on over, pufferfish. I'll puff your ass up. Wait, that doesn't sound good either. What? My bad. I really want to know what these are for, man. These rancid eggs. I got so many of them. You gotta do something, right? I would imagine. Yeah, sorry, bud. You gotta go. hear someone marching. Ooh, hello. Only those who prove their honor in combat may enter the grove beyond. Uh-oh, that feels like I need a bench. If I had a bench, where would I be? Why do I feel like this is probably not it? But I'm gonna do it anyways because I am dumb. Oh, I hear those little firebird guys. Whoa, hey you. Yeah, you're only 2 hit points worth of kill now, so that's nice. Come on down, yeah. I'll just collect your money. Here's the money, Lebowski, no funny stuff. Oops, that was a double jump by accident. There we go. Oh, well, I can't go there yet. That must be when I get the acidy thing. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Well, I guess coming into the game this far in, that's not as much of a threat as it probably would have been earlier. All right, well, I've learned. Can I, hold on. Oh, nope. I don't know. We'll figure that out in a moment. Whee! Uh-oh. Oh God, that scared the crap out of me. Isma's Grove! That's what I was looking for. We're in a whole new location. We're in a whole new world. Isma's Tier! There we go! Acid shall be repelled. I'm gonna go swim in some water. Let's do it! Whee! Oh, it's so refreshing. It's like swimming in Sprite. Sometimes you just gotta swim in Sprite, you know? Buddy! Hell yeah. I approve. Good news, guys. We saved another. We saved another. All right, I got all the crap I was looking for. Let's go talk to Grub Dad and see if he's got anything for me. And then after that, we're gonna go fight the boss. We're gonna go fight King Hollow Knight of Hollow Knightia. Is there a bench in this area, maybe? That'd be sweet. Nah, no, don't you tempt me with other things. You ain't got nothing I want. Oh yeah, what's this way? Yeah, get out of my way. Yeah, you get smacked. You too. All y'all get smacked. Get out of here. Look, I'm here stealing money. You ain't got money for me? I don't got time for you. Oh, you're up above? Yeah, eat it. You got nothing over here too? A rumph. I'm over here. Nope. Over here? Nope. Over here? Nope. Ooh, enter. What is this? Where am I here? Well, I mean, obviously I'm here. Okay, nothing there. We're climbing a well? How exciting. What the heck am I hearing? I don't know if I'm old enough for what I'm listening to. Hi!
Pantera.
Ah, what a surprise. It is not often I receive visitors. It's been so long. Ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper caste of Hallownest. Well, I was. Once. Until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling all around, all mindless and empty. I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. Ah, I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wonderful thing. You crazy. Yeah, that's right. She's weird. She's a crazy girl. Hi, big guy. Oh, that's the thingy. Okay. Oh, my bad. Ow, ow. Okay, I got it. We're leaving. And we're leaving. Hold on, let me get a little juice first. If you want, you can step through my poison. My bad. I thought I could kill you by then. There we go. Like, I don't need the money. I'm taking it. I earned it. It's my cash. Yeah, let's go. I believe King's whatever who's it's is over here. Oh God, another one of you guys. Look, you do you, okay? Okay. Oh yeah, over there. Okay. My bad. There we go. Come here, Humpty Dumpty. You had a great fall. Rabba. Oh yeah, also, I think while I'm here, don't I have enough to talk to... I think I do. I gotta go talk to... Hold on, let's make sure. Let's go talk to Spirit Lady, right? Yeah, 704. Let's go see what 700 gets us. Boop. There we go. Let's look at the glory of our new map. All hail the new map. There we go. Royal Waterways. Yeah, look at that. Isthmus Grove. Hell yeah. And then that Isthmus Grove takes me up, and then we got the King Station. Yeah, it's so cool, man. Look how much stuff we've gotten done. We've been very busy. All right. Thanks, brother. Let's go to the resting grounds. Got a couple of pickups, and then it's time to try. There we go. I got so much spare cash, man. I love this lady. She's crazy. Ah, Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. So, you already have 700 essence. I wonder what the dreamers are watching you as you work. Or whether, there we go, words. Or even that old king. That lock of theirs, desperate, but very clever. I wonder how long they thought it could hold. I hold no disdain for them. As history goes on, I grow numb to its repetitions. Take your gift and continue collecting essence. Once you have 900, come back and visit me. Woo! Hell yeah, perfect timing. That is great. So now I got another one. Memo! All right. Now we gotta go talk to Grub Dad, and then we're ready for a final battle. Wait, that's not where I'm going. I already did Spirit Grove. All right, let's go, buddy. To Dirtmouth. I say, to Dirtmouth, please. Don't spare the horses. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we lock into where we're gonna finalize here, or is it down there? Okay. Where's the nearest fast travel? Guess Forgotten Crossroads. I'm thinking about hitting this guy because we could fix that one gemmy gem I've got, and I think that would probably be pretty helpful, you know. So we might do that. Might go get that gemmy gem. All right, let's go. Nope, sorry, we're good. Thanks, bro. Thanks for being a bro. Thank you for being a friend. Oh, Zote, you're a dummy. Aklaba. Hey, you can't disagree with Aklaba. No, leave me alone. You're crazy. Yeah, you explode, man. That's not cool. Yeah, how do you think I'd feel if I exploded on you? Probably less than good. Yep. My bad. Whoa! Haha, dodged that. That was close. Sup, Grub Dad? Give me some stuff. Hey! Haha, money. That's all? Okay, cool. Thanks for putting me past 4,000. My God, look how many kids I've found. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12? That's a lot of grubs. Dude, Grub Dad got busy. Okay. Oh wait, actually, we're this close. Can I, how far is it from here? Straight down. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let us descend. Oh, my bad. Yeah, quit it with the raining golden pea. That's not cool, bro. Not everybody needs golden pea. Okay, straight down, straight down. And, oh, to the right though, right? To the right. Got you. Oh, that's right. And, oh, well, I was like, unless it's spikes, I don't have to worry. Guess what it was? Spikes. Oh, no. No! Damn it. I knew better. I knew better. Stupid explosive creatures. And where are we at? We're here. Okay. Over here? Actually, what's right here? Nothing. I just always feel like there should be something over there, you know? How do I get, oh, it's up and around and then down. That's right. Fun. Sorry, don't mean to kill everything, but I'm gonna kill everything. All right. Yep. Okay, and then down and to the right. Yeah, deflate. Yep, fool. Hold on. How far am I? Did I get? Oh, okay. I'm not even all the way there. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're gonna sit right here. We're gonna hear this guy complain. That's right. All right. We got all the gems or charms that we can charm at the moment. And I want to go check out this side because I can. We're swimming. We're swimming in it, Marge. Oh, you little shit. Oh, what a jerk. How dare you get gassy on my watch. Whoop, shit. I went horribly wrong. Ah, okay, so I'm up over here, huh? This Fog Canyon or whatever it's called. Yeah, Fog Canyon, okay. I've learned a thing. And then from here... Yeah, those farters are just the worst, man. How dare they release their bowels in my space? Unworthy. Okay. Oh, yep, I'll take that. Oh, that's it? All right. All right, fine, I suppose. I suppose. Hey, but now I can swim. Look at me swim.
He'll bite them right on their tutor.
That's right. That's where they're supposed to get bit. Right on the tutor. Oh, this thing. Ugh. I remember this. Where are you? That's right. I didn't spend any, so I'm good. My brain went, oh, I must have gotten wounded. But I didn't. I didn't get wounded. I think they were trying to kill me. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear they were trying to kill me. All right. I guess let's go to Dirtmouth and bench up there. That'd probably be the better place. Right? Yeah. Not gonna lie, getting a little nervous. Ah, you little shit. You little teardrop buggy bastard. We're leaving town. Oh, right here. Okay. Ugh. Here we go. Okay, we're... Oh, no, one more up. We aren't all the way up. My bad. My bad. Yeah, you guys are horrible. Yeah, we're gonna hang out over here. There we go. There we go. Oh God. Yes, tell her the wonders of your history. All right, so we're gonna start off with what we've got. We're not gonna tweak anything yet. Let's observe, you know? Oh, nervous times. Nervous times. Utara. Now, if I remember, yeah, it's over here to the right. The infected crossroads. I'm just gonna kill everything, man. Well, then we're gonna learn, aren't we? Hi. Boom! Sing that song, baby. Oh, it's real dark in here. That's phallic. Very pretty. I mean, could you imagine the last battle being you only get one shot? Oh, that would be rough. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the bench. Anything else? Well, let's read it just in case. Oh, hold on. We gotta go for effect here. There we go.
Vessel, though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Halonest will be whole again. Completion percentage viewable in integrity, so that's cool.
All right, let's see how far I what have I completed? Oh, inventory. It's an inventory. Let's see. 73%. So a decent amount. We did a lot of it. We didn't do all of it, but we did a lot of it. And that was the thing. We weren't going for full completion. We're just going for beating the gaming. Almost 3/4. Kind of proud of what we did. Okay. This is gonna be tough, isn't it? This is gonna make me cry, right? Do I break chains? Am I breaking? Oh, ha, ha. Oh, ha. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh, hi there. We good? Oh, you look so mad. I can't whack you yet. Oh, the Hollow Knight! I thought I was the Hollow Knight. Uh-oh. Oh, my bad. Oh, nope. Okay. Woo! Whoop! my bad. Ow, my bad. Ow, my bad. Gotta figure out when. Up. Whoop. I heard something drop. I don't know what though. Oh. Nope. Ow! Ow! Let me heal. Ow! Let me heal. Ow! I'm not alive anymore. Well, now I can see what dropped. Oh, it was my phone. My phone dropped. I'm hollow-headed. Not sure about the night part. That's all I got. All right, let's go get my powers back. Come here, you. Yes, juice me up, my friend. All right. So, let's do some figuring out. So I'm not gonna do our super temporary charms yet, because those will be probably useful later. But number one, I don't think we need the compass anymore. I think we're compassed out. We're good in terms of compasses. Oh, right. God damn it. I forgot. I gotta be on the bench. Oh, no. Physically in the real world, something dropped. Okay, we don't need the compass. Screw you, compass. The glory, I think we got to keep on. That's increases bearers' mastery of nail arts, allowing them to focus their power faster and unleash arts sooner. Quick slash. I don't feel like we need this because I'm not doing like a lot of quick whacks. Mark of Pride, range. I mean, it's a good range. It's a good range. That leaves us with 4. I'm thinking the quick heal might be useful. Which one's the quick heal again? Yeah, heal damage faster. Yes, please. And then I got enough for 1 more point. What am I going to pop that point into? What would be taking damage? That might make sense. Sure, let's start with that. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, guys. Okay, bud. Please don't be that way. Be cool with me, bro. Don't be a jerk. Be cool. Be cool. Whoop. Whoop. Nope. Oof. Uh-oh. Now he's getting tough. Oh. Ew. Gross. Whoa. Man, I'm having a hard time with that one. Whoop. Oof. Ow. Oh, my bad. Oof. Oop. Whoop. 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 Ow. Ow. Ah! Well, we got to the third one. All right. Let's go whack this guy, get my powers back. Give me my stuff. All right, I feel confident then. So I'm imagining it's probably 3 or 4 levels. So maybe... Oh, maybe I'm close. Let's see, Mark of Pride. That's the range. I don't feel like the range is important because I'm doing more like top stabs. So I might be able to toss that one. Right. Damn it. Got to get on the bench. Got to get on the bench. Okay. Mark of Pride. If I can take the strength, strengthens the bearer. Now, can I find a way to get Fragile Heart without wrecking too much of my stuff? Glory. We want the glory. We always want the glory. We want the heal fast. We could probably toss the grub song. I think ultimately the shroom might not be as useful. Let's find out. This is more health. So now we do, I think, twice as much damage, and we've got more health. Let's see how that works. Worst comes to worst, we can make our way back and get them fixed. Let's double save just to make sure. Okay, here we go. Oh. Wish me luck, guys. Super nervous. Ah! What do you got for me? Oh, nope. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. Ah, my timing's off because I'm used to having a longer blade. Oop. Ah! My God! Ah! Yeah, the blade is really messing me up. Ah! Nope, ain't got it. Ah! Yeah. 2 broken charms. Okay, we need to find a way to do long blade in there. But I also got to go back and get the charm. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. Yeah, let's clear off what we can't use currently. All right. Yeah, it broke both of them, unfortunately. We want the compass. We need our long blade back. Which one was that? Was that this guy? Mark of Pride? Range. Yeah. Definitely need that one back. Oof. That was a big oof, too. I did not like that. What did we have as our other guy? So that's the faster heal. That is the faster and art sooner. You know what? That might... I don't know. This is tough. This is a tough little juggle. A little juggly. Okay, well, let's get these 2 fixed at least. Okay, well, the nice thing is at least it's outside and straight down, you know? Oh, right. I remember this being able to dodge through attacks and stuff. I gotta remember that. Okay. God, everything's so gross around here. We should look into fixing this stuff. Thank goodness I've got all this money. Wee! Oh, wee! My bad. Wee! Wee! There we go. Wee. Like the Nintendo Wii? Yes. Just like. More Wii. Wii! Oh, except that one. Right. That one's not acid. That's spiky death spikes. Nobody likes spiky death spikes. Oh, shit, that guy. What? What blew up in front of me that time? I don't even know. Give me what I deserve. Give me what I'm owed. Nope, over here. Right. That's right. Going down. At least this isn't too deep. You again. There we go. Nice clean drop. I like it, I like it. Here, buy it. I'll buy fixes off you. Just teach me how to keep them permanent, man. That'd be great. All right, Jim, let's go. Pretty expensive, $5.50 each. All right, let's try that again. There we go. A lot of ascending. So much ascending, guys. Oh, God. Bye. I'm like, I don't need that in my life. Right? Hold on. Am I going the right way? I think I'm going the right way. No, I am not. Over here. Right. Then up. There we go. Now we're cooking. Like, don't you explode? I think I remember something about you exploding. I remember reading in a book once that you're known for explosions. Whoa! Yeah, yeah. Oh, nope. Screw you. Can't mess with me. I'm super fast. And my fingers hurt. All right. Here we go. All right. Well, now the question becomes, do we, because we could swap one out pretty easily. I'm thinking maybe the extra life. So we're doing pretty good otherwise, just needed a little bit more living. But extra damage would be helpful for, you know, the damage. I'm a big fan of, you know, hurting things more. Either of any of you guys have any opinions, any thoughts? Let's see. So we're keeping Mark of Pride. We don't need the compass. That leaves 2. Oh boy, I feel like the healing is useful. Mark of Pride, that one felt pretty useful. That one, honestly, this one's mostly because I'm so used to it now. I'm messing up my attacks because I'm so used to having that length. I'm basically attacking too quickly, too early. Okay, let's just be honest then. If I have only 2, that's what it would be, huh? Yeah, I guess. Let's do it. I also got to remember this is I think I can use that to scooch through things. Please kick his ass. Signed me. Oop, my bad. Oop. Oop. Ow. Not what I wanted to do, but it works. Heal. Whack. Nope. Oop. Oop. Ow. Ah. Dang it. You guy's a toughie boy. Whoo! All right, you know what? Maybe we don't rely on those fragile ones. All right, well, if that's the case, we're not going to deal with the fragile boys. We have 2 left. We should probably bring our favorite little spore beast. What should the last one be then? When taking damage, sprout thorny vines that damage nearby foes. That seems useful. I do get hit a lot, and it'd have to be within melee range. Sure. What else do I have as an option, though? What about this guy? He's one, right? Allow the bearer to charge the dream nail faster and collect more soul when striking foes. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, this time, since I don't have anything to lose, I'm going to try, if I can remember, I'm going to try dodging a little bit more. I'm angry. You've taken away my agency. Oh. Come on, buddy. Yep. Freaking cheater. My bad. Ow, ow, ow. That was not on purpose. Ow, also not on purpose. Oh, God. What? That's cheating. Oh, that's where the slide, I think, comes in. Okay. Woo! That felt way further. I think we're getting there. I think we're figuring it out. Come here, you. Look, I got shit to do. I don't have time for you to be dicking around with me. I got bad guys to kill. I got hollow knights to hollow out, you know? Carve them up like freaking Canadian Thanksgiving turkey. Apparently it's Canadian Thanksgiving right now, so yeah. Oh, my bad. Oh my God, my timing. My thumbs. Oop. Oh my God. Oh God. Oop. Up. Whoop, cheater. Ow. The timing. Ow. Ow, the timing. Ah! I totally choked on a couple of those. Oh, like really early too. Come here, you. Look, I ain't got time for your bullshit. I got something. I don't know if it's this, but I had something. All right, you little jerk, come here. I'm gonna throw down. Come on. Oop. I could have gotten another one. Oh well. Nope. Ugh. Ow. 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 trying to dodge him, but he wouldn't let me. Yeah, finding the spot to heal, like that phase is definitely a little bit different from what I'm used to. So there were a couple of spots where I could, but I wasn't sure if I would be given the opportunity. That's all right. That's the second time we got to that phase. Feeling better now. Come on, buddy. Nope. 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 Ah, that last whack is the one that gets me. Okay. That's all right. What the? What the? Stop it! That is fucking cheating extremo. Oh, are you kidding me? Ugh. Wow. That was cheap. That was really cheap on his part. He's a cheater. Fire pants. I don't know. Let it go. Man, what a jerk face jerky guy. And my thumb really hurts. All right, you jerk. Let's do it. That's not what I want to do at all. Oof. That would have been a good spot. Oh. Ah! What now? Oh, I had missed one. Ah! Yep. Oh. Nope. Ah! The timing, man. It's all about the timing, which my hands are not sure if they can keep up with right now. Woo hoo hoo. Come here, you. All right. Oh. Come on, buddy. Like, we're so close. We're so close. Just got to get the pacing down. Otherwise, we've got a Wednesday ahead of us. Ah. Oh, wrong button. Nope, I'm gonna take that as a heal. Uh-oh. Shoot. Ah. Whoop. Damn it. Damn it. Ah. Man. The timing. It's all about that crazy, wacky, zany, poopy timing. Come here, you. Yeah, let's revisit our charms. Maybe we got something that can maybe take the edge off a little. Let's see what we do have. Built resilience, dangerous. Oh yeah, that guy. That guy was pretty helpful. I could take both of those off to get Stalwart Shell. Stalwart Shell was pretty useful. Let's see, Soul Catcher, Shaman Stone, Dash Master, Grub Song, Fury of the Fallen, Long Nail, Quick Slash. It's really tough because these are kind of like go-tos here. We've got Nailmaster's Glory, Quick Focus. The heal, I mean, I bet that's making a pretty big difference, that little bit when I get a gap. Mark of Pride. Yeah, let's try those. I already forgot what I swapped to. Oh, right. The Stinkies. The Stinkies. Well, I don't think the Stinkies do a lot of damage at this point, so that might be fine. All right, wish me luck. Can we do it? Or will this become a Wednesday thing? Yeah. Nope. Ping away. Oh, my bad. Nope. Not this stuff again. Figured it out. Oh, my bad. That should have been a heal right there. Oh. Oop. Oop, my bad. It's just trying to find a gap so I could heal. That would have been it. Oh, okay. I feel like that was pretty good. But what did I swap out there? Oh, hold on. Let's get my mystery boober back. Come here, you. Gimme. What did I take on that one? I already forgot. Because my mind is a blur. Stalwart. Right. Escape from dangerous situation. I Okay, that might have actually made a difference there. Oh, man. But I, unfortunately, with work tomorrow, etc., etc. Oh, boy. I think I'm going to have to probably call it for now. My gosh. Ooh, I'm like all... I think part of it's also I haven't had dinner yet. This went from I expected like a maybe 3 hours, 3.5 hours for walking through the CitizenCon. I think that ended up, what was it, 4? Or no, it was like 5 or 6 hours. That was a lot. Oh, but this was a lot of fun. We got to chat Star Citizen. We're now set up for the fight. Did not defeat, but we are ready. And I feel like we got a good tactic. Now it's just honing in. Honestly, Wednesday, 3 hours. We could get this, right? 3 hours? That seems reasonable, don't you think? Oh, but I think for now, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna hang out with the dog. We're gonna have a chill evening for the rest of the night. But thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had a lot of fun. We will be back on Wednesday, kicking ass. If you enjoyed yourself, please feel free to drop a follow if you're on Twitch. If you're over on YouTube, subscribe and a like really kind of helps grow the channel. We will be back doing a little bit more Hollow Knight. We're almost there. And then by that point, hopefully, I think the PTU will have dropped live and we'll go explore what we've got with 432. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed yourself. See you guys soon. Bye.